We'll find out. Behind every system lies 1,000 forums threads. Disclaimer. What is this? What is this? We'll see. I hope they announce that it's coming out like later this year. But I have a feeling they're gonna be like next year, maybe. But we'll see. Or they're just like, no, it's not even Europa. It's something completely different. But we'll find out, I guess. That's the fun part of this. That's the very fun part of this. I also think they're only just gonna stream for like 10 minutes, so, or not 10 minutes, it's gonna be like 30 minutes. And then after that, we're gonna probably play some EU4, depending on how things go. We'll see though. Also, this music, before they were playing like elevator music, and now they're playing this like more hi-fi music. So should be interesting. Let's make sure. Well, let's not do that. What is Project Caesar? It's what they've been calling Europa Universalis 5, James, but we're not sure because they've just been kind of under wraps with all this whole situation. So it's Paradox's new title, be it Europa or something else. Yeah, probably EU5, we think, but it could be they like changed the naming conventions. I don't think they have any of the other games. I guess 4 is the max, right? Unless I'm wrong, because it's Hoi 4 is the highest, and so is EU4. So like, we'll see. I need to watch this announcement, even though I don't know what game is being announced. Imagine it's not the game. It's not EU4 or EU5. Let me grab a pad of paper so I can write some stuff down while I'm watching this. I'll be right back. If you get Hoi 5, I'm gonna have to say for a PC, bro. I mean, I don't think it's Hoi 5, but thank you for the follow, James. And welcome in. How you doing? Is the music too loud, or is it just loud enough? It's 100% EU5. They've been putting out EU photos, and this stream is on YouTube. I started streaming in 8 minutes. Go streaming, looking at the announcement. If you want, I don't know how that's gonna work with how the situation's set up right now, just because of how my system is, but we can try. You have to like pull me into a Twitch thing. Damn, how many people are watching now? 12,000? Jesus. Dream welcome in, how you doing? Can't wait. They finally going to release March of the Eagle 2. Is it okay if I say no? It's just very spur of the moment. And I would, if we had planned it beforehand, I would have been down, but unfortunately, I don't want to mess with the settings. Does Paradox have any smaller? It is, no worries. Yeah, next time though. Does Paradox have any smaller titles that could get a sequel? Not out of the big 4 that I can think of that they personally developed, because Paradox is also a developer as well as a publisher, so they have a couple titles that they publish themselves. Bro, totally. What happened? We don't know yet. Nothing has happened. As you can see, there's literally a clock ticking down with about 12,000 people watching. So we'll see. Hopefully everybody's getting excited to save up for a nicer computer, because EU5 used to run on pretty ass computers. So we'll see. Compared to our Rome 2, I doubt it. I don't know if that title is getting a sequel, especially because that one just, when did Imperator drop? My guess is early earlier this year, not this year, 2019. So it's been out for a little bit, but it's not long enough to say yay or nay on that. This was sarcasm? No, no such thing. No sarcasm here. It's a nice Cyrillic chat. Something about pro-Russian elements, I would assume. Damn. Some Finnish flags. Hard welcome in. How you doing? Every 100 subscriber, we're gonna 10 seconds off the timer. No fucking way. Subscribe, idiot, subscribe. Lol. Dude, by the end of this, they're gonna have a bigger channel than me. Getting outplayed by the Europa channel. 13,000 people? Good, good. Yeah. So we're finding out about the EU5 today. Hopefully it's interesting, positive news. I don't know. I'm leery because of the last time I got hyped about a new game was Victoria 3, and that kind of went out with a whimper. Obviously, it's not this. That game's life is not over yet, but I'm not trying to see. I'm not trying to see a repeat of that process. Let's just say that. Imperator. Did you even play Imperator? Because I see. I don't think you played Imperator Rome, or if you did, you didn't play very much of it. Because I feel like everybody who played it was like, can't wait for March of the Eagles too. Okay. Dream player, you can't say the same joke twice. You can't say the same joke twice. What was March of the Eagle? Oh no, it was garbage. I've heard like this rumor that a lot of people are trying to not release their game. Whenever GTA 6 comes out, everybody's trying to like stay as far away from that release. Tell me how much. Rated 12? Oh, sorry.
Hello everyone, I'm Johan Andersson. I'm the studio manager of Paradox Tinto and the creative lead for Project Caesar. We've been teasing you guys about this project for over a year now, and now it's finally time to reveal what this is all about.
He's got a map! Watch out, chat! He's got a fucking map! What's on the map?
With each stroke of the brush, the landscape unfolds. And with every gesture, a path is carved through history. Ambition, once ignited, pushes forward and can never be tamed. With
Finally a new EU4 DLC.
A new horizon. Drawn from the wells of ancient civilizations, the landscape changes, but the drive remains.
Dude, no, it's definitely Total War meets EU. Look.
Painting with the sharp reds of revolution and the black ash
Wait,
of scorched battlefields.
CK4 trusting.
Legacy is forged of the chosen, tracing the silhouettes of warriors.
Oh, fucking samurais confirmed.
With a final stroke, like fire across the landscape. Never before has the canvas stretched so far. Europa Universalis 5. Be ambitious.
Guys, it's the thing that they announced was happening is actually happening. It is EU5 confirmed. We'll have samurais confirmed. No new DLC for 4, unfortunately, guys. Ooh, little boots, little outfit. Is it Lathe in this? Is this Lathe? Oh. Would
God,
be
it's
funny.
finally happening. How does it feel?
I don't have words to describe how excited I am
No.
about this. This is gonna be so good.
It is. No, it is.
So I'm an EU4 player with 5,000 hours. How different of an experience is this going to be for me?
It's
Damn,
not
they put him in
like
as little.
playing a
No
new
wonder he was
expansion.
growing his hair out. Sorry.
There's, we've tried to change mechanics.
Lathe
at
confirmed
every
in
single
EU5.
life.
Got it.
Everything's going to be new. I would say throw away the 5,000 hours, but it's still going to be some things.
So you and the team have been working on this for a very long time. How happy have you been with progress?
Does this bar go to 11?
It can if you want.
Yeah, well,
So very happy.
yeah, I'm super happy. It's like my team is among the best people I've ever worked with. They're been recruiting people a lot from the community and with people with a lot of experience and to be so great. An amount of history and amount of mechanics and everything we've
How many
got
takes do you
into the
think this
game
took?
is beyond what I dreamed
Probably
of when
like
we started.
6.
Do you have like a
8.
single word in mind to describe the idea behind what you're trying to achieve?
Ambitious, is that a good word to
Ambitious
use?
is a very good use.
Yeah, I would just describe the game as we set out very ambitious
5.
and it's a game where you can
I
do
wish they were
pretty
on
much
horses.
everything.
That would
I
make
mean,
it more interesting.
So it doesn't matter how I want to play it, there's something for me to do.
Yeah, it's like if you want to play Hanseatic Trader Nation, you can do that. Just
You can do that
focus
in
on
EU4.
trade. Or if you want to relive the Ottoman Empire's
You could do that in
expansion as a
EU4. I don't
militaristic
see
country, you
any
can do
changes
that.
already.
Or if you just want
The
to
only
sit
difference
and
is
play
Lathe
as
is in
your
EU5.
small country somewhere and just get through history. You
I don't
can
know
do
where
that.
this is.
So the world itself is something that's alive.
Yeah, I think that's the best description of the game. We're trying to feel like
A living game.
a game where it shouldn't feel like a game. It should feel like you actually are the country, playing that country through history and guiding it.
And how important would you say the community has been to the development in this game?
I don't think there's word that can describe how important they are, because part of my team is built from the community. We have
made
been talking
sentient AI for
over a
you.
year in various ways, like asking for feedback about the game. Because if there's one thing these 30 years have taught me, is that the community is vital for making a good game. You can't just sit on your own and code something.
Well, Johan, I think I'm ready. Tell me everything there is to know.
How much time do you have?
It's 5,000 hours in EU4, I can spend a little more.
Yeah, well, I brought a bunch of developers that are more knowledgeable
Dude,
about the
Lathe's gonna
details
hang
of
out
the game
with the
than I am.
devs? Oh my
They're in the
God.
castle up here ahead.
Well, let's go find him.
Yes, let's do.
It's already on Steam. I mean, to like, I imagine to wishlist it is already on Steam. Yeah,
Welcome to School Cluster Slot.
bless you.
The servant here will take care of your sword. for you.
Servant?
Thank you. So what happens now? Where should I go?
Why does he have
Well,
a belt?
my journey here is over.
What are
but
they
in this
doing to
castle,
my boy
there's
Lathe? Give him a
lot of
belt.
Developers that will give you all the information you need. But you need to take this to Eric. He will know what to do with it.
How many
Okay.
takes?
Thank you so much.
8 takes.
Thank you so much, and
Minimum.
good
The
luck on
handoff
your
was 8
journey.
takes. Why is that guy not in an outfit? I wish. Oh. 12.
Before this castle was built in 1654, this was just a remote slice of land, a blank canvas. The man who built this castle had been in dozens of them before, but he thought to himself, I can build one even better. You've loved and you've lived Europa Universalis, but parrots have thought to themselves, we can build one even bigger and even better. Today, I'm going to take you on a journey to discover how they've done just that with Europa Universalis 5.
You can build castles in EU5? Oh, shit, dude.
The first
I
historical
have no
chronicle on
mouth,
our
but I
journey
must
is Dave.
go. Wish
Hi, Dave.
Hi, Dave.
Hi, Leif. Welcome to the workshop.
It's a great workshop.
Pretty active
So this
workshop.
room feels like a pretty good metaphor for the start of game development. How do you even begin with a project as ambitious as Europa Universalis 5?
Well, we started 5 years ago by building a new studio in Spain, specifically to make the project.
Spanish?
So
Dev-
we hired modders, we hired super fans, we
John
hired
Paradox
the
had
best developers
brainwashed
from around the
Lathe
world,
to make it
specifically to make this project.
So once you've assembled this great team, Where do you go from that? What's your first starting point?
It starts with a vision, and that vision came from Johan, and it was,
Bless you.
I want to make the grandest strategy game. That includes everything from having, from being the most immersive game we could possibly make, having a living world where everything feels
How many
like
takes,
it's
Jack?
impacting
6?
Something else.
6.
So you've taken all the buzzwords, you've gone historically accurate, dynamism, you want immersion. How do you take those ideas and put them into a game?
That's a tricky question. Well, one of the things you start with is making concept art, so we can decide how everything looks and feels.
What's the first mechanic that comes to mind? What do you start
Lathe
with?
is confirmed in the
Pops,
game, guys.
which are population groups, groups of people. So, for example, people of the same culture and religion band together into a single unit, and they can be anything from just one person to a million people. One of these units.
So a single person to multiple millions and millions. So we're simulating hundreds of millions at the start of the game.
We're simulating every person who was alive in 1337.
That's a lot of people.
Yes.
So the population
1337.
system is tied into everything that you do. How do I get more of them?
Not 1444.
With food production. So the more food you produce, the more surplus you have, which increases your population growth. And then, of course, the reverse is true. If they're starving, you're going to lose a lot of pops.
Yeah,
So
it
we're modeling
sounds like everybody's going to need
being born,
better PCs.
working, dying. I'm assuming they're also going to stratify throughout society. What does that look like?
Yeah, so each
They're
pop
taking all the
has a
Victoria
type,
pops
a sort of
and they
social
put it
class,
in EU5.
which could be, of course, nobility, burghers, peasants. They all have different jobs, depending on which class they're in, and they also belong to different estates in your government.
So what's an estate? What do they do?
An estate is a group of pops who have a political agenda. Now, most countries have the nobility, burghers, clergy, and peasants. And basically, they all have their own privileges that you give them and can take away from them. You can also sort them by social class. So, for example, clergymen are in a different group from nobility.
And that would be the estate system.
It ties into the estate system, yes.
How does the estate system work?
So your pops organize into estates which have their own agenda.
have to
They have
pass
their own
laws, I
ideas of
wonder?
how they want to run the country.
And they're next
What
to
if
probably say that.
the nobility decide they want something different to me? Can they just go off and do it?
It depends. If you give them the right privileges, you might give them the ability to build their own fortifications or allow your peasants to arm themselves.
So regardless of if I want it, if I've given them that privilege, they're going to go and do it. And I'm assuming
Yes.
that if their agendas and my agenda line up, that's going to benefit me quite nicely.
But they don't always line up. That's the rub.
What's on the map, Lathe? What's on the map?
What is a privilege? You mentioned nobility building forts. What does that look like in terms of other privileges, like with the clergy?
So you could, for example, give your burghers control over the coinage. It's all about give and take. You know, you almost never want to give them a privilege, but sometimes it becomes necessary.
Oh, we just got a new pope. Love it.
Give me a
Who
context
is
which
it? Is it the
necessary.
Italian
Why
guy or
would
is it
I
the Canadian
give out
guy?
a privilege?
Maybe you want to pass something through Parliament, and the nobility
Classic.
say, we'll only let that if you give
Trying to watch
us
my
this privilege.
Map staring game and
If
the Pope is trying
inverse
to.
happens and their agenda
upstage
doesn't align
them.
with me, I need to either bring them under control or pacify them.
Yes.
Do we see anything
feeling
close to looking
confident,
at the
you
game
can
yet, or
remove
what?
privileges
We kind of seen
from
some
an estate,
screenshots, but
but
nothing
you
fully.
need to be sure that
Mostly
you're
it's
in
been
a
late.
good position to do that.
So it's a constant balance. I need to make sure that they're happy, but not too powerful.
And it looks like it's kind of similar to
Yes, exactly.
Victoria, where
Fantastic.
there's pops
So
and
if
they
I
all
manage to do everything correctly,
organize.
what does that look like?
If you have a happy populace, happy estates, you have a prosperous nation, and that will allow you to go from this to this.
Well, I've done quite well for myself.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
Damn. Coming soon on Steam. Okay, so we don't know yet. Or maybe they'll drop.
So EU5 stretches from
It after
1337 to 1837. That's 500 years of history. A lot
1837
happens in that time period.
to 1337.
Talk me through
Interesting,
how the
because like
game changes to reflect the changes in history.
CK3 doesn't
so
end.
we've divided the era into 6 different ages, and inside those ages we have different institutions, so that every slice of 100 years or so feels different from the previous one or the next one. Is much more about medieval fiefdoms and this sort of old order. But by the end of the game, you have the Industrial Revolution. Prices of coal go up. People are using more modern technology.
Well, let's talk technologies. These more modern technologies you're speaking about. How does the technology system in the game work?
So once you've embraced an institution, that unlocks a brand new technology tree. And
it's more like
players can choose to go down that list and unlock specific things from that
wow,
tree.
it's not
So
like
you mentioned institutions.
it's more like Civ
What exactly
in that
are
regard.
they?
Civ tech trees.
So an institution is an idea that spreads. For example, it could be
Like Imperator?
the Quest for the New World, which changes the way that you can explore.
So exploration was a big thing during this era. I'm
Are they going to
assuming
eat
that's
any of
also
this
modeled in
fake
the game.
food, or is it just
Yes.
for props?
How does that work?
Wouldn't it be funny
So
if they? That's
once you
who's
reach the age
eating
of discovery,
grapes and
you
fig?
might want to start
bread?
looking over the oceans and to decide
Ooh.
to colonize
trade lines.
distant lands.
So colonization then, how does that work?
Damn.
So
It
any
kinda
country
looks like
can colonize,
Victoria,
and it's a
too.
lot easier if you have Quest for the New World institution embraced. But colonization essentially allows you to
Really,
take
just gonna eat a
unclaimed
whole
territory
asparagus leaf?
and absorb it into your empire.
So any country can colonize. I don't have to be a specific nation
Message
to colonize.
the game is
Exactly,
endorsed by
exactly.
Jesus. Kevin,
How
this couldn't
different
even be
does gameplay vary
been
from
you
place to
simply.
place?
The games vary
doubt it.
quite a lot depending on which country you choose. You're impacted so much by your setup, what pops you have, what terrain you have, and what neighbors you have.
terrain?
That every playthrough is going to be different if you're playing with France against Flanders.
But I'm not locked in, am I? I can take the starting position of France and go wherever I want with it. I could colonize, I could fight, I could focus on the economy, I could focus on trade.
Exactly. It's not railroaded. You can choose which path you want. So you can take France as a big trading nation, or you could just conquer your neighbors.
So the big takeaway is that it is a living world.
Exactly.
But in order to achieve what we've been talking
Yeah,
about,
especially
to
that
do
whole
any of the
asparagus.
scenarios we've gone
Or
through,
no,
I have to
asparagus,
take care of my
artichoke.
population, right?
Exactly. Your population influences every decision you take. Your population is your economy, and your economy is your population. So you have to look after them if you want to lead your country to wealth.
Well, here's to wealth.
To wealth.
They're not gonna bite it. It's fake food. Yeah, fucking phonies. Should have had real figs. When's it out? We don't know yet. These are.
Every game needs a solid framework, and EU5 will have just that. The population mechanic will be at the heart of everything that you do, and if you manage it carefully, you will be rewarded with a prosperous realm. Hundreds of millions of people are going
is
to be
it the release
simulated
date?
in a fully dynamic, living world. But what does that actually mean? Let's go to the library to find out.
Oh man, how long is this gonna be? Probably like another 20 minutes, probably. It's all interesting fun, but saying you can do whatever you want in choice after the game doesn't tell me much. Yeah, I agree. I think they're purposely trying to keep it vague because they don't want to spoil a bunch. I don't really understand this way of releasing it.
Roger!
Other than that, this is a library. A lot of late
That's
time.
going to complicate the interview.
Fair enough.
Can you tell me about the living world?
Living world means that things don't come out of nothing. It's the population that live in the locations which produce the goods by working on the resource gathering operations, or RGO for short. And then those goods are used in other buildings.
What are those? How do I build them? How do I use them?
Buildings are in locations, and there are many types of
Feels
buildings.
like they're
that
just
all
taking
of them do different
Victoria
things.
and
But in general,
putting
they
it
will
in
take
EU5. At least
resources
generally what
to
I'm
maintain
seeing.
and to build.
They just said,
And some
let's
of
make
them will
Victoria
produce other
EU5.
types of goods, and they will employ the population to do that.
What would I do with those goods?
All the goods produced, both raw resources and refined goods, go into the market, and from there they are used to supply the needs of the population and the needs of the buildings.
So what is a market? How does that work?
Yeah, it's a difficult concept. Imagine
it?
you're playing
Goods and
England,
services
for
being
example.
exchanged?
You have a market center in London, and that would attract the locations around it to the London market. Locations will be pooled towards one market or another, depending on the
It seems like it, but I
conditions,
also just saw the
and all
trade
the
goods, and it
locations
doesn't seem like
belonging
those
to a
changed that
market
much. So I
will
don't
get
think
the
you
resources from that market.
can build more
So
than
if another
specific
market
buildings
has something
per
that I
trade
don't
good.
have, I can trade for it.
Yes, exactly. If you need some good in your market that you don't have access to, you'll have to make a trade deal
They're gonna
between
make-
any two markets that you have access to.
Kim, you
Let's
should grow
say
out
a
your
location
hair
is in
like
the
Lathe.
market
I don't think
of
my hair
Scandinavia, let's
gets
call it.
curly like
Is
that.
that permanent or can they shift?
Now, markets are completely dynamic. Every location will belong to a market or another market depending on different factors. And markets themselves can be created and destroyed completely freely.
I wonder-
freely.
so it's-
They have a cost.
So I, as
More
a player,
nuanced.
can both create and destroy markets
Yes,
under
you
my
can-
control.
Yes, you can create your own market if you are, for example,
So
if
nodes
you are
kind of go
playing in
away.
Sweden and you don't have a market because you're trading in the market of Lübeck, for example, and you see it more beneficial for you to have a market in Stockholm, you can create a market in Stockholm.
So in this Stockholm market, let's say I wanted something like legumes. How could I get it if it wasn't already in my market?
Legumes? Dude, we're
Want
bean
something
harvesting?
that's not in
Beans
your market,
confirmed.
Then you'll have to make a trade deal.
Beans confirmed.
A country can make a trade deal between any two markets that they have access to, and that would move the goods from the stockpile of that market to the market you're moving.
So if I'm Sweden, I can have Danish provinces in my location.
Yes, the goods produced in the Danish locations will be used in your market.
So if I'm buying goods and selling goods, what determines the price of those goods?
Trade
market.
deals have a cost based on the distance between the markets and also depending on the price of the specific good. Each good have a base price, and also it will be modified depending on basically supply and demand between the different markets they are being traded to. So if a good is very abundant in a market, it will be cheap. And if it's
So it
not
is
that
like Vic,
abundant or
where it's like
basically
you're just going to have
scarce,
to
it will be
move
expensive.
around your goods
How do
to
I
try to
get the
find
money to then buy goods at a loss?
Countries can gain income from a variety of sources, but the main one is basically taxing your population. However, you won't be able to completely tax all your population because it will depend on the control you have. on the locations.
control.
What's control?
Control
never heard of that
is,
mechanic.
An indicative, or basically the amount of power that your country has in a location, and it will irradiate from your capital. You have your cabinet to increase control if you want.
How can I gather more taxes from like a location?
But the main tool that the countries have at their disposal is the cabinet.
That gives me an idea.
Wait,
Thanks, Roger.
they have cabinet members now? Oh, I guess that
So
was
Roger
in
has
the
just told us
EU4
about the
too.
living world, dynamic markets, and how to build a prosperous nation. But all I heard was newly conquered territories. Let's head to the armory.
Hopefully the game warfare mechanics are not like Vic. If it is, I'm gonna cry. Look at those small little cannons. How cute.
Oh, Eric.
Welcome to the armory.
Thank you. I've been given this map.
What's on the
I think it's finally time we show them.
Let's do that.
What's on the map? Oh, it's the map.
This is a map of 1337, but how accurate is it?
Not.
Well, Leith, I would say this is the most accurate and granular map we ever made for a grand strategy game.
So you're going to need to take me through this beautiful map here. How important is historical accuracy to something like this?
I'm glad you asked, because
Not.
basically the map we're starting in 1337, I would say we made a huge effort in making it as accurate and granular as possible. Which
Ottomans are
that obviously has
little
its
Ottomans,
challenges.
big
for example,
Byzantines.
in the warfare end of things, since now the diversity geographically wise is huge, so a lot of things can impact the outcome of a war. So basically what we are talking here is that, for example, let's say if you had a military campaign in something around the Caucasus area over here with Armenia and the potential rise of Ottomans and this part of the world, what you would encounter is that is a very steep place with sort of very thin areas to go
I like
through.
how they have to
And
force all
that
these
obviously
Spanish
you might feel
speakers
like it's an
to speak
opportunity,
English.
but sometimes
'cause
it's
you can
not.
hear their
Sometimes it's
lisp.
a trap. It's a huge trap. By that, which I mean is that things like, let's say, rivers, mountains, straits, those definitely can define the outcome of a battle and potentially the outcome of a
Show
war.
us the
So you have to be
mechanics.
very careful
Show
with how
us
you
the
treat
mechanics.
your
If it's like Vic,
movement
we're
of
mad.
troops
I'm mad.
in the map.
So before we even get to war, what kind of preparations do I need to make to supply my armies?
I would say, first of all, that going into a war is not easy at all. And yeah, you can be challenged in case they declare to you if you are not prepared.
Declare on
In case you are the one that wants to be the aggressor, I would say that the first thing to consider is building a war chest. That would be for starters. But also you have to be very careful with the production game loop of things. Because at starting date, basically you rely a lot into raising levies. And those levies come from population. And
Chat,
the thing
I'm
is that
getting
this
nervous.
population is the one that's responsible for
Guys,
the
I'm getting
outcome
nervous.
of your
I don't like
buildings.
the words
what I'm
he is
here is
saying.
that
He's
when
giving
you
me heart
start a
palpitations.
campaign in 1337 and you raise all your levies, you're making your buildings empty. Part of them.
See. So you're telling
Pops
me
are
that if
in
I raise all
people.
of my levies, get into a bad battle, and my army gets wiped out, I'm also wiping out
All
all
your
of my populations at home, so there's no one to work in the fields and all the buildings.
Yeah, that is correct.
Good to know.
Yeah.
So when
It's
you're
101
talking about
for CK3.
military objectives, what are some of those military objectives? Can I tell an army to go siege? Can I tell an army to go
Oh,
engage other
no.
armies? How does that
Chat.
work?
Definitely. Like for starters, there would be one of the most used, I assume, is going to be the carpet siege,
It seems
which basically
okay,
is the
carpet
one that
sieging, okay.
allows you to make a lot of your armies go straight towards the forts of your
Sounds
enemy.
automated.
So you don't need to be micromanaging on that regard. And that obviously has its pros and its cons. Like let's say you are too lightly on these tools and you use them a bit too much, maybe you are not defending your own country, because there is a military objective to defend your own lands or to call everyone back to defend. But if you are just using the tools
I think they're going
in
on
an
about
aggressive
auto-battling.
way,
You're going
it's
to play
probably
something today?
gonna
Yeah, we're going to play
screw you
some
up when it comes
EU5,
to the
4.
enemy.
4, not
So
5.
let's
I
say,
don't have access to
hypothetically,
5.
I am an Englishman,
Yes.
and I want to press my rightful claim on the throne of France. Can I use my superior navy and sailing ability to supply my army?
Definitely, 100%. Like navies in EU5 are meant
I think
to
my
be, first
biggest
of all,
concern about this
a movement
announcement
of
thus far
troops.
is we're
That
not
is
seeing
a
more than
huge,
screenshots.
thing
So
that helps the
timeline
troops to
seems like it's
move
probably
around, but also it
still
supplies nearby armies.
either
So that would
later
be
this
something
year
to
or
take
early
into
next.
account. I would also add to this that
'Cause I'd
if
feel like
you,
they'd be giving
as
us
an
a lot
Englishman,
more
start,
content.
let's say
Plus, thank you for the
go to-
resub.
with another one, and you go here, and you start going deep into French territory, thanks to your
I vote for
navies,
Khan.
basically. What you would get is that a lot of the locations in France, when you occupy them, you can basically get their food.
So I can live off the land in France.
Yes,
Ideally.
Maybe.
That's the thing. And also, like, it goes both ways, because you get the food of the enemy, and that means the enemy doesn't get that food. So that is pretty good for your outcome.
So you mentioned that wars are won and lost according to your economy if you're out too long. How do I win a battle?
Winning a battle can be decided by a lot of factors. First of all, as the most usual one, if you have the biggest army, you probably will win. But the thing is that
Show
this
us
game
the
doesn't
fucking
show
mechanics.
you
If
that.
it's Vic, I'm
So
mad.
the different factors are size of the army,
Yes.
professionalism of the army,
Yes.
the general, the terrain,
Yes.
and beyond.
Yeah, I would say supplying your army with food. If an army has low morale due to low food supply, then it's another factor to consider. An
So if
army,
they're starving to death, they can't fight.
basically that.
So
Giving
what
us
are the
some-
potential ramifications of starvation then?
that your entire army could die of starvation, which would be a very bad outcome, I would say so. And that means probably that the enemy will be super happy about it. So, but yeah, in order to supply your army, you would have to consider, first of all, supply depots. That's something you have to get from locations in order to, especially if your campaign is long and you are very deep into the enemy land. And there's some countries here that I would say are huge in terms of territory. Let's say you start as Morocco and you want to invade Castile. So the more you get into the specific territory, the more you might be punished unless you prepare fine.
So they have like supply trains?
I'm Tunisian.
Yes.
And I want to invade Castile.
Yes.
The deeper I go, the more I need to consider supply because I could be cut off.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. But not only that, because if you don't make sure that your own country is safe in terms of occupations, then you could face another problem, which is that your enemy cuts down your supply. And that would mean that at the end,
it's the new CK3 mechanics. No, it's EU5.
Let's say I have a weaker economy than my opponent. They're going to win.
I do like the earlier start date, but we'll see.
Quick tactical victories in order to beat my opponent.
I wonder
how
that's
take their resources away from them?
Well, that's a very good question, because there's a lot of opportunities. For once, the map we have in this game allows you to browse very carefully which enemy locations might be producing from the land the goods that are meant to supply their units. So I guess a smart choice, let's, for example, choose the Golden Horde. So Golden Horde relies heavily on horses, as we all know. So if you detect the places that have horses in it, and you are quick enough to occupy those,
herd to EU5?
you're basically decreasing their chances to fill up their ranks once they have some losses. And that would benefit you a lot. That also would include other types of factors, like, let's say, if you are occupying a location that is meant to be a huge food supply for your enemy, then you are doing a very good strategy because you are cutting them down as well.
So it's
actually
more
the
about
magic of this
controlling
that it
key
allows
locations.
You to, if that country is facing other wars,
supply.
or if that country is just having an internal problem with the managing of their supplies, then you have an opportunity there. So yeah, I would say that if you are using a small country, you're playing a small country, you might have a chance to succeed.
So it's less about the size of the dog in the fight and more about how much food is in his food bowl.
Yeah, that I
Damn,
would say that.
So concise.
Yes.
Nice.
So luscious.
There's many ways to punish your enemy. Another good option, obviously, but that even comes from EU4
gives me a lot. It
times,
seems like they've drawn
in this case, I would say it's harder, would be to occupy the capital. When you occupy the capital of the enemy,
worse by a lot
basically you are
the victor.
Yeah.
Well, Eric, thank you so much.
We'll see. I don't know. It seems like there's just a lot more factors.
One more question for you. How many princes are there in the HRE?
Why is that so funny?
Eric?
I missed the joke. I don't know. Seems like there's just like a lot more factors than it is before, and I'm just hoping it's not like
Eric
the AI
left before I could
controls
get
everything.
all the answers that I wanted, but fortunately, I know somewhere else that I can seek guidance.
Oh damn! Fourth location? Because the HRE is a clusterfuck. It is a clusterfuck, but we're gonna go watch. It's one of the Habsburgs, dude. Leith hanging out with one of the Habsburgs, lit, big litty.
Forgive me, random church bench dev, for I have sinned.
Looks like they're in Sweden. That makes sense. Isn't that where Paradox is based? Imagine shooting.
I have a question about faiths.
About your faith?
No.
No, about faiths in the game.
Oh, well, that I can help you with. We do have around 300 faiths in the game. There's, for example,
300?
Catholicism, there's Buddhism, there's Zoroastrianism, there's Shintoism, and plenty of faiths.
That's true.
And do they have their own unique mechanics?
Yes, everyone has own unique set of mechanics that they can interact and play with.
And I'm assuming all these different pops have varieties of different faiths.
Yes, each pop will belong to a specific faith. And in your country, there could be pops of many diverse faiths that you will have to interact with, and they could be perfectly happy, but they could also be unhappy when their different faith could become a problem for you.
So if there's a pop that has the same faith as me, they're perfectly happy?
Not necessarily. They can be perfectly unhappy while sharing your own faith.
Great.
You will have a lot of
Look at
minorities,
those little
both
Bibles.
of culture and of faith
There's
in
a
your
little.
country at all times, mostly. And what you can do about them is, well, you can convert and
I feel
assimilate
Paradox
them,
needs to up their
or you
merch
could
game.
tolerate
These
and
these
accept
hoodies
those
are
cultures and those
pretty.
faiths.
You mentioned that I can
Okay.
tolerate. Does that mean that I can have a fully tolerant
Can we
society
get
tolerating all minorities?
get some better Paradox merch?
Yes, if you're particularly humanist, that's definitely a goal to strive towards.
So you're saying, what does that
My
mean?
brother
How does one
watches your
become
videos.
humanist?
Cheers, Aaron.
Well,
Welcome in. Thank you.
Humanism is a societal value in the game, which is opposed to spiritualism. And spiritualist countries would have it, for example, easier to convert and assimilate. And it's one of dozens of
Interesting. Those ideas seem like
societal values that we have.
you
in
can
the game.
like move between the
For
two.
example, you could be more innovative, or you could be more traditionalist.
So it's like you
or
choose
you could
a side.
focus your army, for example, on quantity or on quality, but you can't do both.
Can you give me an example of a major situation that would impact my societal values?
Well, there's one which will come
Amphetamines.
fairly early on in the game, which is the Black Death, which
They got
will
Plague in
happen
EU5 confirmed.
around like 10, 15 years after the game starts and will affect a majority of
I
the
wonder why they're stepping
can I do
on
to lessen the impact of
CK3's
the Black Death?
toes a little bit.
Well, you can try different things. You can try to build hospitals, you can maybe establish a quarantine, procure remedies, but, well, I hope you find solace in faith. Good luck.
Our tour today is at an end, but it's just the start of our grandest journey yet. We'll find out whether your reign will be known as a glorious golden age or for carnage and chaos. Will you carve your name into history or be a mere footnote in someone
Literally
else's
momentarily, Fluve. Momentarily, people
chapter?
are...
In Europa Universalis 5, anything is possible. History is yours to write. One final piece of advice.
Let's hear it.
Be ambitious.
Okay. Gotcha. I don't know why I'm so yawny this morning. Lathe just lulling me to sleep. Okay. No release date though. Right? Clearly. Yeah, I think that's the end. Date. Everybody's like, date? What about the date? Everybody's like, what time? When is it coming out? So seems like, yeah, no release date, unfortunately for us. Didn't see a lot of game mechanics, so that makes me think that it's either later this year or definitely next. I mean, what we did see, it is interesting. It's like a combination of Victoria, especially with how there are pops and how they're all set up. I think that's gonna be an interesting new element to learn. I'm concerned that they didn't really talk about the military stuff as much as I'd like, but it is. I do like the idea that they're no longer a population just like in a vacuum. Like your manpower isn't just like it's just a number that you have to pull from. That like actually going to war is gonna cost something more than just your boys just randomly coming out of thin air. Like if you pull all your levies, then all your buildings aren't going to be as good. I'm trying to look at this mechanic right here, and it just looks like the AI is in control of this, but I also don't know. Also, there's seems to be notifications down here, and there seems to be notifications up here. But like, let's look at this. This just looks like the peace deals. Requests, people, delegation. Oh no, this is 100. So this is like a scenario? Interesting. I haven't really looked at a lot of this, so I don't really know. Now it's being confirmed, we should start calling it Project Caesar. Also, just call it Caesar no matter what. It's going to draw a lot from CK3. I think more from Victoria, especially with the pop situation. Age of the Discovery, geopolitics. Interesting. I'm interested in seeing why they decided 1337 is the start date. And look at the values or kind of the ideas now, instead of you go either way and it looks like you tick one way or the other. So it's no longer no longer innovative and traditional spiritual humanist. It's like the ideas are just like you split your time pushing one way or another, and those seem to be the ideologies of your government. Rather than passing a law, you might have them moving on a slider up both ways. 1333 elite. Yeah, we'll see. We'll hold our judgment until future. But for now, I think I'm excited to see more. Obviously this was an interesting teaser that they didn't play a lot of mechanics. We got a lot of Lathe, that's always good content. Oh fuck, what is the Holy Roman Empire has 329 members? This is Age of Tradition, so this is much farther down the line, I think. Right? Or maybe not. I don't know. It says 1337 up here, so maybe not. Migrations, just a lot to more nuance. I see. I'm trying to understand what these numbers are, if they're like troops or if there's something else. We'll see. Check Discord. Lathe posted a gameplay video. Oh fuck, chat. Oh fuck. Let me pull this up. Video, Windows. Nope, that ain't it. There we go.
Oh, hi. Sorry, didn't see you there. It's me, Lathe, from the EU5 announcement video. Ironically, so cool. I played EU4 on release, and now I'm in the announcement video. You don't understand how hyped I am, chaps. It's dream come true, honestly. Anyway, I need to be professional. I've only got 30 minutes to make this video. So let me be clear. This is not a sponsored video. I get to say whatever I want. I can say things like, I don't like the diplomacy interface in Europe Universalis 5, and Paradox can't touch me, I hope. And I also want to make it clear that this is a work in progress. You to grips first with how the game actually works. There's no point me discussing EU5 without telling you how it works.
I'm gonna get a copy strike from Lathe.
Or at least how I think it works. It's not exactly a wiki, chaps. I can't just go onto YouTube and Google how to play EU5.
100% getting copy strike by Lathe by doing this.
Chaps, welcome to the Kingdom of England. Before I talk about anything else in Europe Universalis 5, I have to talk about the population. The population is going to be everything. It's your economy, it's your army, it's your technology.
Interesting.
It's
so it's just a bucket now for
your pops are sorted into population groups, so divided into shared interests or traits. So for example, culture or religion or class, as you can see at the bottom. In Europe Universalis 5, each population has its own needs, its own wants, its own desires, its own proclivities, everything. They also contribute to your country in different ways, as well as also
so they have the game in some working order, so maybe they're not just they're just trying to work around what exactly
into these, and they represent their collective power and satisfaction, as you can see here.
Clergy.
We can give
so
them
these are the different
privileges, like
estates.
some of them already start with, to make them happy, and that'll also give us certain bonuses. It does also give them
obviously, if the estates will transfer
For example,
over
the
time.
nobility here have the ability and the right to build castles. They're going to use their own money to build forts, which is good for us in the same way that the burghers can use their own money to build roads if I give them that privilege. But if the nobility get rowdy, I now have a bunch of noblemen who have their own forts, which I don't need to explain. Like I said, ranges from -100.
War mechanics.
This is a binary scale that shifts over time. Let's have a look at centralization versus decentralization. We are 0.28 the way towards decentralization. We can also see the pressures pushing me in this direction. If I were to be fully centralized, these are the benefits that I would get.
Power,
combine that with a dozen different competing values, from quantity to quality, conciliatory to belligerent, and you'll start to see how the fabric of your nation starts to form. But if you wanted to artificially push your nation in a direction, you'd use a cabinet member.
It's on Lathe's
and thanks
channel.
to another seamless segue, I can now talk about cabinet members. If I go over here to the government tab and click on cabinet, you can see I have 2 slots. I can appoint a cabinet member, so I can select from any of these, and they all have differing skills and abilities.
Oh, wow.
So each cabinet member can do a different thing. For example, increasing control. They could promote culture.
Money?
They could expel... Oh, good heavens. Playing as Tunis, I'm going to declare war
this is kind of
Tlemcen.
the one thing I want to see.
Do that. Now, you might think, Lathe, you have 0 manpower. How does that work? Well, I cleverly set this up from the start, so let me elaborate. The year is 1337, and the concept of a professional army is alien to most nations. We rely on levies. We are going to be raising these guys up now. and they actually come straight from the fields, which
Okay.
means we are fighting with our population, with
Got
our
it.
economy.
Okay.
If we lose a lot to attrition or we lose them to
okay.
a stack wipe, that's fewer men working the fields. And
So
that
it
has
seems
a
like we still
lasting,
control their
effect on us
movements,
going forwards.
at least,
I wanted to produce
right?
a professional army. I could recruit regulars, but I'd need to build a sergeantry. I need to build one of these military buildings. That will then create manpower and the ability to create professional troops. I can select the composition
Move the
directly.
people,
For now, though, we
Leif.
are going to be using our guys with pointy sticks. Armies need supplies.
Okay, so you
More complex
move
armies, like
them
professional armies need
around,
different supplies,
and
but
they have
everyone
more
needs
supply
food. I
chain,
currently have 0
and it looks
food
like
capacity.
it's
As you can see, my
not
army
exactly
brings
like-
its food from a source, in this case, at the closest possible
Huh,
town
interesting.
to the border. This means if I were to dive all the way into Tlemcen, I'd have supply issues quite quickly. However, right here next to the border, I'm not suffering too badly.
Okay, so it's
Essentially, war in
it's still just like EU4, but with a lot more steps involved. There's more. It's not just auto done, but I imagine you can auto do it. I'm not sure what the balance unit means down here, and it looks like you can do other things once you unlock more abilities with your regiments, and like the quality of your troops is going to be more nuanced than just what tech you're on.
EU5 is balancing what you can do and what you can sustain.
Might
For
be
example,
amazing. Yeah.
I could dive straight for some sieges and hopefully get a quicker war in, especially if I have things like cannons, which might be preferable to me if I don't have the economy for a longer slog, a war of attrition. A better trained, well-equipped army will damn near always beat a bunch of peasants with sticks, so bear that in mind. Or in this case, 11,909 men with sticks will beat 461 men with sticks. Pretty much instantly. So we've got 59%
It looks
war
like
score,
Vic,
so we can go ahead
for
and
some
take
reason.
much
Is that
territory.
just me,
It's worth
Vic
noting
too?
I can't take
Like the
territory that
coloring?
I haven't occupied. Personally, I'm not a fan of this feature.
Oh.
I'll talk about this kind of stuff as well as more stuff that I
You
like
have to
and dislike about
occupy
the game
all
in
the
impressions
lands.
section of the video.
Huh.
So I go ahead and send my demand. So new territories need to be integrated. This will happen over time.
Okay.
My own detriment. If I want a view farm, I go for the Byzantines. If I want a min-max, I go for...
Interesting. France has a bunch of vassal states, even Brittany, Naples, Sicily. The Ottomans be small, real small, golden, big. Poland, does Poland even, it kind of exists. Lithuania does not exist big in 1337.
something
Still the
else. The
Kievan
reason I'm
Rus
going
and
for
all that.
Serbia is because I think it is a
Kind of looks like
decently
Imperator.
casual,
Yeah, I guess you're right.
friendly
I haven't really.
nation. I don't want to be min-maxing.
Let's just
and
hear. Let's hear his his bullshit, and then we'll
show-
probably.
Doesn't even
call it
make
for
any sense. That
Oh.
When it's your heart.
Hashtag ad chat. Localized ads for Kevin right there. What are people saying in the comments? Can't believe Lath was growing out his hair just for John Bear. Jesus. Lathos, congratulations on participating. Great job. Can't believe a social streamer became the face of EU5. Proud of you, Lath. Aw. Look at the community saying nice things to
you can
Lath.
tell by looking at this video. Anyone can ever complain about that. This is a completely different game. You could just call it Europa
BGF, the
Universalis,
Ottomans
and I think
existed
it
for
might be more
38
apt
years
than
at this
EU5.
point. Yeah.
I think it borrows a lot of
No
mechanics
YouTube Premium?
from a lot of other
You think we have money for YouTube Premium? I'm trying to
bake
bake rent.
Different things. I think that was the aim going forward, having spoken to the devs and to Johan when I was filming the announcement trailer. And that was always the idea. And I think that comes through beautifully. I really do like that. I think dynamism is at the core of it. And my favorite thing to do and favorite aspect of Grand Strategy games is
We're so
building
getting
a
copy
national
strike by Lathe.
identity. And I don't think any game is going to come close to what this game will be able to do. What with the selecting text,
so
what
silly.
with the selecting of different aspects in terms of an age, with the different societal values. I think it's incredibly dynamic and customizable and changes throughout the course of the game. So you have a sense of
Yeah, so from what I can understand here, it's a lot more about population in total and what your pops can do and how you can most utilize them, and that's going to be a core part of the gameplay. It looks like there is a change to tech and all that is kind of interesting, nothing unusual. I'm interested in the ideas, that idea of the sliding back and forth between two ideas. It's not dissimilar to something in EU4, like with the some faith mechanics, but
that story. And I think that's quite
Lathe,
important.
tell us
because
when
this
it's coming
is not
out.
a game to blob or where you're just painting the map. It is more a story. Think CK3 in terms of something bad happens and you bounce back. And I think that was one of the big ideas behind having the Black Death devastating and early on. It teaches the player that you can have something horrible happen, a third of your population gone, and you can bounce back, and to not just quit the game if you lose a battle or if you lose a war or something bad happens. I think they are trying to encourage this idea of resilience towards issues and make it more of a realistic overview, because if you play EU4, for example, your trajectory is like
There's
that.
just
You
so much
barely even lose a
information.
battle,
Like,
you just go
if you're just like looking at all this stuff up here, so it looks like its stability is more of a sliding
straight
scale.
up, and it's a slow build.
Population, money.
And I think facing adversity is something that
where's
players
the
are going to need to learn, and I think
power?
it's a lot more fun because of it. However, I'm not going to
Or
tell
is
you how to
that
join
is this the powers up here? I don't know. That's
your video
interesting.
games. If you don't like facing adversity, then you might not find what you're looking for here. But my main concern is
Red
that
Hawk
the
got access
gameplay
to?
is slow.
Damn.
The footage you're seeing behind me is some footage that I recorded as England in the 100 Years' War.
Damn, boys.
Just sort of feeling it out, playing it for the first time, so I'd have.
How's it
footage
feel not to be in
go over this
EU5?
portion of the video. And it took me about an hour to win the war against France. I did 3 years in the game.
So it seems
took
like
me a
game's
long
even going to be
time,
slower? That's crazy.
and it was a stomp. France was busy elsewhere, and so I took an opportunity to seize on that. And yeah, it took a phenomenally long time. That's because there are so many moves. So you're going to flip your table back over. You're going to put your PC back on the stand. The first 10 minutes that you spend cleaning have the most impact.
How's the
'cause you're doing
warfare?
the big
It seems like it's more dependent on your population
stuff.
than just a
and
bucket
the
of
more time you
manpower.
spend cleaning, the more you start getting out to nitty gritty. It takes you a lot longer to achieve the same kind of result, hoovering the room, that sort of thing. The reason I
Hoovering
bring
the
this up as an analogy is because when it comes to the game in its current state, the big stuff is done. The game is playable. I can enjoy myself. But we're now at the point where there's 101 tiny little things, a button that doesn't do anything. The dominant opinion is what should be changed, what should be picked up on. My access to Europa Universalis 5 is going to be revoked alongside all the other content creators. That doesn't mean we're not allowed to talk about it. So make sure to like the video and subscribe if you want to see more Europa Universalis 5 based content.
Awkward, guys. I
can
wasn't
use
subscribed to
the footage
leave.
that I've taken to create more videos and explain mechanics more in detail. And I'd love to hear your opinions and your questions, and I'll answer them as
They
best
extended
as I
the
can.
timeline and
I've tried
slowed
to go
this
through
game.
entire
Yeah,
thing
so
with
it
the
seems
mindset
like
of someone who
yeah, that's going to be interesting. Alrighty. Well, lot to think about there, lot to unpack. I'm going to take a restroom break, and then we're going to play some EU4 while we talk about what we saw in EU5 over a little bit. But before, oh, nope, not that. We'll run a quick ad break, and we'll be right back. Let's transition back. Oh fuck, we gotta get our situations start doing studio mode, and then let's get this all figured out again because we did not have it right. This, and then let's hit that, and then let's lower ourselves down. There. Okay. Alrighty, chat. Yeah, exciting stuff for EU5. Can't wait to see what comes of that. What's gonna be interesting changes. I wish we would know when it was coming out, but obviously they're still working on things here and there. So get excited for that information, that stuff. But for now, we're going to play some EU4. I think we'll load up our save where we were playing as Sweden. I think we're still playing that save. If it still exists. I think it's this one. When was the last time we played that? April 1st? Is that true? No, that's the day that it is on. Yeah, this looks like the save that we were playing. But we'll see. Stop recording. Start recording. So it seemed like a lot of content creators got access early on to it, which is cool. EU4. But obviously we didn't get access because that's not really our bag, which makes sense. Not really known for that. Am I mad? Of course, obviously devastated. But from what it seems like, it seems that, like I was saying before, it's a lot more about, less about manpower and sailors and all that stuff, and more about like how individual provinces seem to give you access to certain things cash-wise and otherwise. It will be interesting to see how that runs its course. I'm not sure about starting. 1337 seems like such an early start date to go all the way to 1837, but I guess that's what makes sense. Try the mount and tax mod is very similar. Interesting. But we'll probably be harping on that as we go on. But to give you a rundown on what the fuck we did in this run, let's just actually look at what we did. So we started out as Sweden, and I think we've been slowly but surely expanding into all these areas, trying to make it so that we become dominant in the Baltic. I think the problem we're running into right now is that we have Austria as a friend. Also the Ottomans, that's right, I forgot. Me and the Ottomans have been cutting up parts of this area. So that was a scary thing that's happening to us. And I'm not looking forward to that problem. Because we're rivaled against them. What's our situation? Ottomans are too strong for you right now. I'm just concerned that they're gonna turn on us. I think, what do we have allies as? We have the Polish, we have the English, we have the Austrians, and we have the Palatinate. We also have a bunch of royal marriages that we probably should get rid of, but we could also do start a golden age. But I think the Protestant Reformation has begun, right? Yes, we are Protestant, so that should be interesting that we have to deal with that. Mission wise, I think we were trying to expand into here, but the Austrians are still the emperor, correct? Imperator, yes. Why not get reform for the age? Oh, because I was just looking. We'll probably do war taxes. I mean, that makes sense. But we've discovered America. Have we discovered America? Norway has access to America. Is Norway Norway has colonies in America? Guess so. I guess we did transfer vassal them. What is this one? It says own this land over here. I don't think that's happening. The Ottomans are pretty scary. So let's see if we can try to get another alliance or two. I think we are literally friends with everybody. If we decked on the Ottomans right now, the Poles would join in, the Austrians would join in, but the Hungarians, because the Hungarians don't like us. That's right, they're rival to us. We have a decent amount of money, but is that based in reality or is it not? How's our tech looking? We're up on tech. We are not colonizer of the New World, but I think it's because it's not popped yet, right? It hasn't popped. The year's this. Yeah, nobody has it yet. So we'll hold on to our tech for now. What did we do ideas-wise? Quality and religious. That makes sense because we're going pretty heavy into Protestantism. Would make sense to take over Denmark when we have the opportunity to do that. What's our heat map looking like? So we got the Lithuanians kind of mad at us. Muscovites. Novgorod is still a... they're still allied with Lithuania. And we could be allies with Lithuania. But they don't like us, or we don't like them. Every language until Austria inherits France and Spain. Everybody's laughing until Austria inherits France and Spain. I mean, I'm considering... Interesting. It might be a good time to fight the Ottomans, especially because they only have... They have 72k troops. However, their manpower is pretty low. And they are currently in a conquest for something else. Might be smart, might be stupid. Because Poland coming in brings a couple troops, and Austria coming in brings another couple troops. And we could, even if we don't win the war, or even if we don't get a lot in the war, it would be good to start pecking away at them, especially giving Poland access to this land because we don't want it or something like that. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's because Crimea is they're about to inherit all of Crimea. So I think that's why they're so overextended there. But yeah, it is a interesting decision by them. What's the quality of our army? Let's look at army quality. It's so weird coming back into this game after not being in this, specifically in this game. So morale, the Ottomans have 3.9, we have 3.54. So they are going to beat us a little bit on morale, but and they're better at professionalism, but I think defensively we're slightly better. At siege we're about on par, and then discipline is the same. What's up, Britannia? Josh, thank you for stopping by. Okay, so our people don't like us. Do we have prestige we can use? No, we can't. I think we should deck on them. How long? Who is what in this war? Who is what? What is who? Because if we deck, the English say no, it's just not happening, and Platinum says no as well. These guys will not take an alliance, I don't think, but it would be nice to have 36,000 more troops to bring into this shit show that is inevitably us. I have a feeling that... Where's our closest forts? We have 2 forts here. Do we have this cord? It looks like we do have this cord. Are we overextended at all? No. What's their overextension looking like? They've cored a lot of this, so it's not completely that bad. But they do have rebels popping. It looks like... No, they don't have rebels there. That was autonomy. So it would make sense to... What is that symbol? Chahara? It might make sense to attack them now, especially because they have a lot of their troops concentrated over here. We personally can't take them on alone. How many troops do we have right now? 17, 16, 11. So not many. Not as many as I would like. Where's our other unit? Probably march them this way. Is it dumb in the middle of us reforming our faith to do this? Maybe. Because right now our religious unity is low, low, low. So our stability and unrest is high, high, high. But we have two different sites, religious sites in our lands. So that should spread. And for whatever reason, one in Lithuania. Nice freaking run with Sweden. Thanks, man. It's kind of wonky. But yes, I think maybe we let some time pass and see how this war goes with them. Is Muscovite in a war? They are still in a war. They want a religious or royal marriage. I feel like we need to stop being over our limit. We're over our limit by a lot. what is causing it? It's mostly Norway leading, England thing, Lithuania, Poland, Austria, Palatinate. We wanted to get the Palatinate to vote for us, but I don't think they're gonna vote for us now that we're Protestant, so that's not gonna happen. We missed our opportunity on that front. So I think we can probably stop being friends with the Palatinate. We do have a lot of money. I feel like this is like a great position. They're overextended. They're in another war. They are going to try to rush up here, and maybe we'll be able to have a cohesive army to be able to fight their whatever people they have this way. If we could get one more person, it'd be awesome. I don't know why Lithuania hasn't improved relations with us to get us higher, because they broke royal marriage. Like, they'll take an... I think this is a dumb mechanic, in my opinion, that the fact that you can't force they won't let you ally them because you're not friendly with you're not have a high opinion of them, but like I get to decide what our opinion is, right? So why can't I offer an alliance? I don't know. Okay, so I think that's what we'll do. Genoa is big. Genoa. France likes us. Maybe we continue to improve with them. We can come back from you. I think long term the English are not a viable ally, especially because in the religious war is coming, and we're gonna do that. Hearts of Iron, Europa Universalis. True Faith, or should we wait for tech? I don't think we need the administrative just yet. Oh, we do have to dev push soon, don't we? Let's see how this is going. Okay. We can't get the Palatinate for sure, right? Distance war. Is Austria big and strong? They are. Poland is big and strong. I wish we could get Lithuania. 76 now? Why? Angry? Irritated over claims. So they're just pissing us off for no reason. Cool. We still have a chance to fight Novgorod, but it would bring Lithuania in. Poland and Austria would say yes to that war too, which might be worthwhile. When is this up? Not until 1511. What about you? Not until 1502. So we could take some of these lands and start doing that. But I think for now, let's look at our mission tree and then maybe think about attacking Ottomans. We don't have any of these lands over here. That's fine. This is fine. This is blocked off. Fall of Denmark. Kingdom of Poland. I fucked up on this decision and said one of the following must be true. All the following must be true. Ruler of dynasty is Vasa, has prestige, blah, blah, blah. So we need a support heir if that still happens, or I think that doesn't happen anymore. Can you still do the support heir thing, or is that not happening? Clearly not. All right, let's let some time pass. See how this goes for them. Ottomans now assume more troops. Jesus Christ. But are they going to be able to afford this much troops? Like financially. Money and treasury. They don't have that much money. How many loans do they have? War exhaustion 0. Inflation 0. Be nice if we could get like France or Castile to join this war, but I don't think the French are not interested. We just have too many rivalries and have too many diplomatic relations. They have a PU over Naples. Oh, I don't know, chat. I feel like if we're gonna stop the Ottomans, we have to start stopping them soon before they, especially before they take on the Mamluks. And the Mamluks are going to be in 1504, so in 3 years. Is QQ? QQ is a enemy to none of them. Would the Genoese come in If we offer an alliance to the Genoese, let's see. And then we say deck. Oh, we could get the Genoese too. That would be... I think that would be worth it. Now we're like losing, we're making like no points because of our fucking diplomatic relations, but whatever. What are we thinking, chat? What are we thinking? Everybody's like, nah, we left. We had to go home. We're done. The EU5 announcement's over. I think we go after it. Feels like the move. Especially with the Genoese, just adding in more insult to injury. I don't know if their fleet is better than anybody's, but I don't. It'd be just another nuisance, even if they're only adding in like 10 troops. But it's more ships and it's more nuisances. Let's look at their navy real quick. We have a pretty strong navy, but the Ottomans have 5, 11, 20. The Genoese have 15, 6. The Austrians probably don't have very big of a one. There they are. If we had the Venetians on our side, I doubt they'll come in now that we have too many diplomatic relations and we're friends with the... Oh, actually, they're not enemies with the Genoese. They're actually allies. That is something. Okay. I think we pop off, try to take it. Worst comes to worst, we just don't get it and it becomes a stalemate. But I think we have to start at least trying to outmaneuver the Ottomans. For now, we'll just stay with the troops we have. Is there anything else we can do before this war starts? I don't think. What is our general ships looking like? Oh, we don't have a single general. Frick. Brandenburg is the best nation. I mean, it's decent. Also, 600. Oof. Yikes. What's that all about? Well, you're becoming a general. A 1 or 2, a 1-1-2-1. That's not great. I guess we'll take the generalship because right now we don't have any. It's gonna give them nobility, some stuff. This is better. A 4-2-4. It's decent. It's decent. Let's also roll the bones one time. Who would like to lead? Let's give it to Rat. Hopefully Rat can give us some good business. He's a 2-5. It's not the worst. I mean, not the worst. Noah, thank you for the follow. No, it's Europa. Europa Universalis 4 is what it's called. So I think we're as good as we're gonna get unless the Austrians are fighting in a war. They're not. I think we go. Is this a mistake? Some might say. Some might also say it's a great idea. We have to wait 17 days anyways. We for sure can't get the Palatinate and we cannot get the English. So let's move over here. I'm interested in seeing them stack up their troops. Hopefully the Muscovites don't give them any access so they can't just walk up here. That's the hope. We're going to have conversions coming in a bunch. We got to keep an eye on this, yeah. Because as long as they don't give us that, that's free cash from these guys. But I don't need 85 ducats right now. All right, so it looks like they're going to get distracted by that. So we should go after the Oracle and at least get ticking war score. And then we can have our troops just sit in the area. Yeah, it looks like they're going to all filter down this way. Oh, wow. If Poland gets their capital immediately, that would be huge. War exhaustion starting off nicely. What is the war goal again? It's Samara. It's this one. Probably should have done the other one because we don't have visibility. That's the hard thing. We don't have good visibility because we don't know what's over here. So they could come looming out of the fog. Let's slow down the speeds. And this is how we throw a game. Watch chat. Just gonna throw this game. They got 17 troops there. Will the Genoese like land and take on Tunisia or anything like that? The hope and dream is that, oh damn, they can come this way. Lithuania, what the fuck, dude? I thought we were homies. What is this bullshit? You're giving access to the Ottomans? I guess you gave access to everybody, but dick. Dick move, chat. Dick move. The Poles' small army. And the Transoceanians might come this way. I like how the Muscovites won't give access, but the Lithuanians say, sure, bud. Anything for you, bud. Which is fine, I guess. We can become Defender of the Faith. What does that give us exactly? Church power, missionary maintenance, I think it'd be better to save the money or at least spend the money. I don't know. We'll start trickling our way down here. I'm concerned that that's about to happen. So let's get our troops there. How many troops are... I'm concerned that they think they can beat our army that easily with this many numbers up here. Yeah, we have way more number. Oh, there's the rest of their army. Got it. We're done. We're going to lose this fight. Yeah, they have too many troops up here. All right, let's pull back. Everybody pull back. Are they at 0? No, they're not at 0. But they're going to be at pretty low maintenance here, or pretty low. If we just, all we get out of them is war reps, that would be fantastic. I'm not sure why, but the AI, for whatever reason, loves to just give up Greece. Just loves to give up Greece and see how that goes. It looks like they're going to try to hunt us down. That's less than ideal. But here we are. And there's 26k there. Fuck. Might be a bad time. Might be a bad time. So we just have to hold out long enough. Seems like the AI has deemed us the weakest of the linguists. Our relationship with Lithuania, or not Lithuania, with France has increased. They don't seem to want to be allies with us. I think it's because of the rivalries and the hatred between everybody. But that's okay. We're gaining more cash. We're doing more religious things. Maybe we do take the... Because how many Protestant nations are there? Not many. 10 right now? Who would you say are the Protestant nations in the game right now? It's me, and it's some random countries down here. And it's... Yeah. We'll see. All right. Hopefully they just stack up all their troops and it becomes a problem so that they can't reinforce and they just gain a bunch of attrition because they have to keep moving around. But we're going to pull back and hopefully not have to deal with fighting their army until our troops are better morale-wise. How many troops on their side have died because of attrition? Only 7,000. Our troops have had more attrition problems. I'm not sure why the AI hasn't gone directly for the kill shot on their capital, especially because they have that done. Norway and Sweden gave greater opinion, or together we will spend God's true word, or we gain some prestige. I think the prestige would be better so that I can go and ask him politely to stop hating me. Transoceania is doing some shit. I hope they march further inland so we can maybe take that army on. But it doesn't seem like they're gonna wanna do that. I wish they would focus on that. We'll gain more stability, or we gain 10 prestige. Stability is always better. If only we could have an alliance with these assholes so that we could see what is going on in your country and I had visibility. Or better yet, I could have invited you to the war. But not. Looks like these guys have abandoned this and we can go take them on. I think our army is better than their army over there. It looks like local trade demands 100 ducats, or for 4 years we gain more local unrest and production. Goods is down. That's fine. Let's go ahead and improve with these guys. Hopefully the Ottomans aren't just lurking. That would be unfortunate if they were just lurking. I think we're better than the Transoceanians. So let's go after them. There's some Ottomans there. Please take their capital so that they start getting more and more war exhaustion. I think we caught the Transoceanians out. Conversions are happening wildly. EU5 just got announced. It did. We just were watching the announcement. We are excited. And I hope it is good for everybody. It's good times for everybody, not bad times for everybody. Let's go ahead and do this and then split our force. Half go there, and the other half go over here. And then this guy goes here. Dad, welcome in. How you doing? Dad the Noob. If you don't know who Dad the Noob is, you should check him out. He is a fellow content creator here on Twitch. He plays a lot of variety of games. Currently, we're both tied up in a succession game. It has yet to come to us, but it soon will. I don't know who has it right now. I think Spuds has it right now, but eventually we will both be playing the same game save, which should be interesting. I have not done this before. It'll be my first time ever doing it. Let's send these guys to this, and then this guy. Let's go this guy here. I don't know what the AI is doing down here, but they are doing something. How is these guys feeling? They're happy about it. I hope I don't face you in Succession War. You have a nice beard. Yeah, you know what say about dudes with nice beards in Succession Wars? What do they say about the nicely bearded men in Succession Wars? AI, please, for the love of God, get their capital. Like, you have had a broken siege for this so long. Do not leave. Do not leave until this is done. Okay. That's good. Can we go like this? Bam. We can go like that. Let's go ahead and bing, 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 and then go here. Send a guy there. Oh, send a guy here. Oct, welcome in. How you doing? Right now we are carpet sieging, or having our allies carpet siege the Ottomans, which is it's looking nicely for us, working out nicely. Especially if we can get war reps and a couple pieces of land from them, I'd be actually pretty pumped. If we can't, then mostly this war is just to impede the progress of the Ottoman expansion, because the fact that they're all the way up here in the Russian territories, it's scary. I'm not saying I'm scared. I'm just saying it's scary. Yeah, let's go that way. Keep an eye out. I don't know what the Bohemians are doing. Oh, they're PU'd under them. Oh, that's right. Oh, sick. How's the other parts of the war going? I mean, their war exhaustion should be getting high, right? It says war exhaustion is 0. I don't know how that's possible. How is their war exhaustion not massive? Their capital is under siege, and they have multiple lands. I only have one piece of land that's under siege, and I have a level 1. What the, this game sometimes. All right, we hold the war target at least. Looks like they're starting to move in here, and of course, as usually, AI is like all over the map. So instead of like defending, like whatever, break the Ottomans, I think we're gonna get a nice peace deal of we get some money, and that's about it. Everything else is gonna become secondary. Right now we are also working on trying to siege down what is this? Oh, one of our provinces. I was about to say they're not sieging down one of our provinces. It can't be. We're trying to convert our lands to Protestantism. So that's going well, I would say. Let's see what a peace deal would look like right now. Right this instant, they would take peace, and they only have 1 point in peace. That is unfortunate, but I think as time goes on, depending on how well some of these battles are going to go, we'll see. We can continue to convert more lands. We already have that happening. I don't really understand the church power. You need at least 100 church power to be able to do this. Select an thing. How does church power work again? Oh, per unity per month. Okay. Your thoughts on EU5? I am cautiously optimistic. It will be kind of a hard pill to swallow when it comes to the changes in regards to having population be a bucket that feeds into your levies as well as your building and manufacturing. So it's going to be a lot more difficult at the beginning, I think. We should just take this, right? Defender? Yeah, let's just do it. We have the money. We haven't been using it. We should use it, though. We probably should up these guys. Promote this guy. Promote this guy. Yeah. But excited. I mean, hopefully we get access to it, early access to it. We'll see. We have connections to Paradox, so anything's possible. A little bit more possible, hopefully. I don't understand how they were able to get all the way up here. Did they come through? They just come through Lithuania? They must have, because in Hungary. This is the shit I don't really understand why the AI does this. It's like, oh, well, we weren't enemies then, or we're not enemies, but I'm just gonna let one of the major enemies of our peoples come through. Heck yeah, man! Congrats. Yeah, I wish they also told us when EU5 was coming out. That would have been nice. But I get it. There seems like a couple of content creators got early access, and what I saw of it, it seems it's like 80% of the way there, but not 100%. So they're still working on that. I don't understand why they're happy again. Why do you have high morale? Relative strength of the alliance. Occupy besieged provinces. We occupy most of your provinces. Oh, it's because they're also pushing Austria. Austria, go defend your capital. Now we have ticking war score too towards the, because we have the war goal. Norway and Sweden get friendlier. All right. We're getting blockaded? Where? Oh, down in the fucking, okay. We're not actually getting blockaded. So, how is this war going now? They're thinking, what about war reps? They say yes to war reps, which would be nice. And then if we could just get like this, I would be happy. I don't know. Also, why is there Terra Incognito? I hate. Can we see what's going on over here? New Pope has been chosen. Cool beans. Who is it? Is it an American Pope? Is it actually the American Pope, or did they... Let's take a short Pope break. What's the game? It's called Europa Universalis 4, EU5. EU4. Is it Donald Trump himself? Leon? Papa Leon. What's his dealio? Who is this man? Nobody's changed the Wikipedia? Damn. It happened 4 minutes ago? 19 hours, 11 minutes ago. Peruano. Oh, that's cool. It's Robert. Damn. Robert Francis. He's the head of the Catholic Church. Where's he from? He's from Chicago. We got an American fucking Pope. Son of Luis Marios Prevost and Mildra Martinez. He completed his secondary studies in minor blah blah blah. Appeared from this priesthood. Wow. America needed a win, so we finally got an American Peruvian. The combination. I wonder if he's a big arroz chaufa guy. I imagine he's a big arroz chaufa guy. Interesting. He went with Leo. I think it's interesting that popes always get to change their name. They get to cosplay as another dude for the rest of their lives, name-wise at least. I think it's always kind of an interesting sitch. Why is this going down? Oh, it's because they took fucking Vienna. Hey, Austria, maybe don't let your capital get taken like that. You dumb, stupid, bunsy boy. No. But that's cool. I mean, I'm not Catholic, so it doesn't really affect my life that much, but maybe. Cool stuff. Cool banana pants. Yeah, Austria, what are you doing? Letting your capital get got. Oh my god. Sometimes the AI just does things that I'm just like, why? Alright, they gotta have some war exhaustion, right? 2 points in war exhaustion. How is that not much higher? Do they keep buying it down? Is that what's happening there? Alright. Let's have these guys all come together. Just follow the memes and waiting on obnoxious tweets now. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Maybe he'll legalize marijuana. I don't know if Popes actually weigh in on pot, but that would be actually kind of hilarious. Let's look at our mission tree real quick. What do we need to do? All the following is owned in Protestant. It is culture accepted by us. So we could culture accept the Sampi. Right? That's a thing. Sami, I mean. Sampi is the country. No, I don't think we can get any. Well, no, we can get more. But they need to have more dev, so maybe not. It's from the earth. We're meant to enjoy it. Lol. Yeah, I don't know. I have really no opinion when it comes to the head of faith, unless it's in a video game I'm playing, a map steering game. Seems like Francis was well liked because of his like service to the people. I don't really know what the Pope does other than wear a really nice hat and vibe. Lots of vibes. Also, this game feels inordinately like these guys should be losing more. Does Transoceania want out of this war? No. Like, we own their capital and we own a lot more of their lands. They should be having a heart attack, but they're not. So I guess screw me. We do have revolts possibly happening. What is the rebellion? These guys? Okay, why don't we send a unit back over there once we get the opportunity to deal with that. Rides in the Pope Mobile waves. Yes, true. These are all true facts. Those are pretty much, you've reached the extent of my knowledge of what the popely duties are. Sometimes does acts of kindness to people. Is Muscovites allied to anybody? They are not. So we're probably going to go right into this war, into that one. Once in CK2, I had a half-brother elevated Pope while I was King of Spain. We wrecked stuff. I wish the Pope system in EU4 or in Crusader Kings was better. I don't know why they didn't just do the exact same thing. Not the exact same thing, but, you know, like change it up. All right, so they're not happy with this. But if we did that, what is our goal, actually? They want us to control these two provinces. All the provinces in this area. Okay, so for whatever reason, they're just going to be like, you can have these two provinces. All right. Let's go here. I don't want to get too overextended because I have a feeling that once we do that, it's going to be bad times for us. Especially because I have a feeling these Ottomans are going to start marching their way onto our territory. But I'm glad to see that they're at low. Well, not anymore. Let's just have these guys chill. Same with republics. I was really hoping we would gotten those this year, but I get it. Nomadic peoples thus far seems nice, and I'm excited for China, even though I know it's going to cook everybody's computer collectively, and we're just going to never hear the end of people bemoaning that fact. Let's do that one, and then we probably should have checked tech before we did that. We're only a little bit behind, and I don't think the thing has popped, has it? No, it has not popped yet. Hey, there, fucking speak of the devil. Hey, Austria, you want to go, like, get your capital back? That would be fantastic. Are we getting war exhaustion? We shouldn't be. They should be in a world of hurt when it comes to war exhaustion. Tunis doesn't want out because they're not going to want out for a while. But Transoceania is not going to want out. What about Tunis? No. I think it was smart to declare this war, but I'm just concerned that we have so much of their land in our grasp, but they're not. The AI is still just like, yeah, we're happy about this. Yeah, they're kicking their ass there. That's not good. Roberto. Classic Roberto. Damn, they have land all the way this way? The Ottomans are out of their fucking gourds if they think this is a smart move on their part to be having this much stuff. Right? Also, they must be in debt, right? No, probably not, knowing the Ottomans. Knowing the goddamn Ottomans. Let's up this and up it again. All right. They're back on low. Will they let us have this? Not yet. It's mostly the fact that they control Wien and Prague. So if they didn't have their capitals conquered, it would be a different story. But because it is, and now their war score is going back up, which is annoying, but that's what's happening. Does Lithuania want to be an ally? Probably not. Not yet. Yeah, they still don't like us. Or we don't like them, to be accurate. Alright. Would they take this deal? They would take this deal. We could have this land. It would piss off the Genoese by a lot, but I don't really give a shit about the Genoese. Do we... That's not good. That's going to be a stack wipe. We're going to lose cannon, which... Should we end the war now? I mean, we're winning, technically. Lucas, welcome in. I think this is the best deal. We get war reps. We get the two provinces we want. Right? Is this game? It's called Europa Universalis 4. It's EU4. It's a game where you kind of like... You use your troops to move around and cause damage to people and take over land. We're playing as Sweden right now. We actually have Norway as a vassal. I think this is what we do, right? Get off with a little victory. Instantly dissolve our alliance with the Genoese. We used you and abused you. You hate to see it, but that's the truth. Send these guys this way, and then these guys go up here. All right. So we got our 15 admin, and now we have more land decor, which is great. We punched the Ottomans in the mouth a little bit. They got a little bit, unfortunately, done in there, which is good for us. We could have done more devastation to them, but I think for now, this is probably the best we needed to do, because we also have religious stuff going on at home. We only have 30% religious unity right now, so what is the first thing we should put our points into? Cost of advisors with rulers religion. I think that might be the smart move, just because cost of advisors is pretty high. Aggressive expansion is always a good one. Development cost is always a good one, because we're gonna have to dev push too. No, I'm not giving you money, sorry. Let's put that there for now. Might make sense to put another fort or two around. Right now we only have dumb forts. But I would like to take over Muscovy soon, and we still have lots of Novgorodian territory. Unfortunately for us, Lithuania is gonna cause problems. Sure. How long is our peace deal for? That's the question. It's only a couple years. It's 1511, so we could go at them again in a little bit. But for now, I think we'll go and just get going with some new ads real quick. I'm gonna grab a snack. I'll see you all in just a jiff. And then we'll be like that. Thank you for your patience. Might be smart to annex them soon. Perm wants access to us for why? Decline, sorry. When can we fight the Muscovite? It's not for another 6 years. What about Denmark? All these boys would let us attack Denmark, but the French... would come in. See if we can improve with the French some more. We don't have any prestige. That's unfortunate. Alright, we'll have these guys just chilling here. Dealing with rebellions and shit. So how is the religious unity happening here now? We're at 32%. Slowly but surely it's coming in. Yeah. Looks like hopefully a lot of this gets transferred. The Reformation itself does not seem to have popped off that much. Which is fine. Should we begin annexing this? It's going to take 10 years to annex it. Right now, our Diplo is not great. We already have them enabling scootage. Is there anything else we can do? I don't think so. All right, now we have this guy coming in, and we just straight up lose 1 stability. Great. Thanks, game. I love losing stability. We still got beef with them. We're never going to be friends with Lithuania. Let's just be honest. That's not happening ever again. But I wish we could fight them. What about the Ottomans? How are they doing? They're slowly gaining back their troops. Probably should have made that war go on for a little bit longer, but I think it's fine. I would like to fight the Danes and get some of their lands, but the French are especially interested in them right now. So why don't we do a royal marriage here? And then why don't we begin annexing this process? How is our overall? It's fine. When can we steal land from them again? Fewer than 1 province controlled by rebels. Fucking, of course we have 1 province that I didn't even see controlled by rebels. Why don't we take 1 guy and do this? Playing as Muscovy right now, loving it. Muscovy is a fun start. I feel like they kind of, if you can play it right, you obviously just have easy access to the east. Right now, Muscovy is not having a good time. We're losing more stab? That sucks. And gang corruption? Alright, well that's fine. Yeah, we were able to prevent that snowballing from happening. Thankfully. At least for our run, it was necessary. And then these guys can sit here. Oh, not that. Deal with this and this and this and this and this. Okay. What kind of rebels is this? Kazimir? Kazani. Do we have any Kazani land? Not. Yeah, we have one piece of Kazan. But next time we fight the Muscovites, we're taking pretty much all their lands. At least all these core lands here. Maybe these ones too. We gain influenza. And now we probably can do this. We've got rebels places. Go ahead and split. Send troops this way and then this way. What's our navy doing? We have trade ships there, and then we have a couple of ships here. So we'll have this person go here. And of course, as soon as we do any movement, these guys show up. We'll send our general there. This time around, we're going to dev push this copper mine so that it gives us a bunch of good production here. And then we can more easily make a shit ton more money than we're already making, which we're making it decent already, but you know. Let's have them go here. Hard thing about playing as Sweden is you have to move your troops, constantly move your troops around the Baltic, which just feels slow. At least slower than I would want it to be. Is somebody stealing our trade? There are pirates. We need to go deal with those pirates. Papacy, Lithuania, sure, whatever. Doesn't really matter. Norway's the only one who cares about that. And we should start annexing them. Can we switch to? No, we already had the Diplo guy. Okay. Can we send these guys on a anti-piracy in the Baltic? Does it have to be light ships doing it? Okay, so it can't be just any ships. Let's take like 4 light ships and have them go protect pirates in the Baltic. These guys go protect trade. I mean, do we need to have them protecting trade here or protecting trade in the Baltic? Let's see how much different that is money-wise. Just slightly more money. So far, so good. Looks like the Ottomans are dealing with rebels. Which is, what kind of rebel, though? If only we could see. They're just like a portion 2 way. It's, how can we see this land, but we can't see this one? It's Janissary rebels. Okay, cool. So high for EU5. Yeah, should be really fun. I'm trying to keep my expectations low, but from what I saw today, there are things that concern me, but there are other things that also excite me. It's gonna be interesting no matter what. Let's just say that. We're dealing with this corruption, right? Is that why our money's shot? Another quarantine? Damn. Revel has rebels. Let's go ahead and get our navy. But conversions are happening quicker, which is what we want. It's exactly what we want to have happen. Do we need to get our navy bigger? Probably. Summon a diet. Memel is Protestant. What happens if that happens? Local missionary maintenance. Upon completion, we get a dude for cheaper. Sure. How much until Mamel is that? We probably should bring down our authority, our autonomy in certain places. It's gonna piss some people off, but I think it's fine. Better to get overall more taxes and such. Okay. We could do another one and finish out our troops, sure. And now we have even more manpower recovery, and we have our first innovation done, which is good. We are going to be behind on tech for a little bit, especially because we don't have the new innovation too. So that's going to be an annoyance. But I think our next war, we could do a war with against these fuckos, but Lithuania, I don't really want to weaken Lithuania. They might already be attacked by the Ottomans. I don't know if the Ottomans have a... They don't have any CBs right now, but they might have some in the future. I meant to send the people on Mamel. How hard is it to transform Mamel? Only 7 months? Okay, we can stop doing that, and then Memel it is. Thank you for everybody who's been watching the stream so far. I hope you've been enjoying it. If you have, consider just following us on whatever social media you are consuming us on, be it Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, any of the above, some of the above, none of the above. It would be truly great if you did that. Should we go and do church power, prestige, or should we just wait for the dev push? I think we should just wait for the dev push. And it also might make sense to put a fort over here, but I don't know. Just not let the AI run roughshod on us. How's France doing? They're in a war with Savoy, so they might not help. They are a couple reasons away from saying no. Okay. Mission-wise, we should look at our tree. Well, if I'm most true, Sweden is Catholic. No. Complete theologic. Skane's development is at 20. What's Skane's development right now? It's at 21. So I don't know why that's not well. Less than 1 devastation. Is that why? There's no devastation though. Is it because it's not Protestant? Because there's 2 cultures here. There's Sami and then there's that. So Sami can be integrated, but I don't want to use the points. We don't have religious unity up, and we don't have stability. All flying must be true. Urulu has at least 5 or more, have legitimacy of 95. So we need to probably up our stability to get these bonuses soon. What is this one? We're waiting on... we need to have this. Has a workshop. Do you have a workshop? You do have a workshop, but we can start dev pushing soon. I'm going to wait until we have our first religious thing and religious power, which we get it at 100, I think. And we're getting 2 a month, so in a couple months we'll have it all said and done. Okay. The Ottomans have bounced back from that war pretty quickly, and the Mamelukes are now going to get the full wrath of that, or QQ. If I was QQ, I'd be kind of sketched. I don't know why they're not friendly. If the Mamelukes and them allied, they'd have a chance to put up a fight against them. But not looking good for those guys. France, you're already out of your war? You are, unfortunately. I mean, we could win it, but I don't really want to fight the full French force. I'm not giving you money. Our innovation is going down, which is unfortunate, but such is life. Savoy is Protestant. I'm not giving you any money either. Was not expecting Savoy Protestants. How does Protestantism work in... So it's Italian states for whatever reason, and it's a couple of northern states, but it hasn't really spilled outside of our borders other than down here. So when it comes to this religious war, there might be an interesting twist to it. All right. We can get a cheaper guy, because right now, how much does this guy cost? 10, so we'll save a whopping 10 ducats, or 5 ducats. So everything's a little cheaper, which is good. And the Inquisition stuff is great. So, are we at 100 yet? I don't think so. We're at 70, so in like a couple more months, in like 10 more months, we'll have it. Or around 10 more months. France is allied with Lithuania? Oh, it's because they're Catholic. It's not that they're allied, it's because they're Catholic. Fuck me. That's annoying. Austria's out because of war exhaustion. Lubeck's real big. I guess we'll wait to attack these guys. No. They're not done until 4 years from now. I would love to take on Novgorod, but their Lithuanian allies is kind of giving me, like I said, I don't really want to attack them yet. But Lithuania, who are your allies? Just Novgorod? I wish there were a way for us to become allies with them again. Let's just improve to see if we can get that back up. Allied to rivals and such like that. Sweden gets church reduction. National unrest plus this much, but modifier gets removed when the state religion changes. That's fine. I'll take the money. We can build up a wonder or two. I think it would make sense to build this up, wouldn't it be? Or is it already at level 1? So what do we get if we do the palace? Institution growth, yearly absolution, reformation progress, plus 10%. East Slavic, one of the following must be true. Culture accepted by those. Okay. What's the other options? We have the Kremlin, which gives us local manpower and defense, or we have Saint... that won't work because we're not that faith. And then we have this church, local unrest, missionary. I think we do the Winter Palace, to be honest. Seems like the smartest move there. Probably also could have kept that money for a dev push when we inevitably have to accept colonialism, but that's fine. This is all being figured out. How much are we gaining now? 2.28. Nice. All right, we could also go in and attack Prem. We do have CBs against Prem. Perm, I guess, not Prem. Prem is a person. Do we attack them? I think it would make sense, right? It's free land. I mean, they are building workshops kind of now, late. Go to that. Looks like they got that solved. They have no allies. Their neighbors around them are about to have their stuff up soon. So I think we just take these couple provinces and call it a day. I don't know how they're able to support a fort. That seems unrealistic. But I guess we'll go blow it up. What's this game about? Joey, welcome in. It's a game about staring at maps and trying to figure out what the best way to make the outcomes you want to have happen. Right now, we started in 1444 as Sweden, and we are Protestant. The goal of this is to do a couple of achievements and try to get Sweden as a power in the Baltics. We're not doing the greatest jobs right now. We still have the Danes as a thorn in our side, but eventually I think we'll be good enough. It's mostly about moving armies around, getting resources enough for your country to expand and such. We can take tech. Should we take tech? That's the question. Say for now we'll take 1 tech, so we stop losing innovation, and then the rest we'll see. We could also start a golden age. That might have been smart to do 10 seconds ago, but what do we think, chat? Maybe a golden age? Is it like Civ? It's a little bit more complicated than Civ, because Civ is kind of more like turn-based and rudimentary of like, oh, we can do this and that, but we don't have that many options. Whereas this has like, there's navies and there's a market that you have to like move products through, and you're just trying to have as much market power. And then on top of that, there's tech that is a little bit more simplistic, because all you have to do is have enough points to take tech. But yes, it is similar to Civ, but I would say in certain ways more complicated, in other ways less complicated. I enjoy it thoroughly, though. Let's get our siege, quote-unquote siege guy there. Where is your country, who you're playing as? We're Sweden. So we're the blue guys. So we have a lot of land. We're spidered out pretty hard. Novgorod would be fantastic to stop being friends with. It goes all the way to the 1800, I think. It starts in 1444, but the new one that just got announced is happening. They will soon have, you'll have it go from 1337 to 1837 instead of 1821. Yeah, Lithuania doesn't want military access. Now Lithuania hates us. Oh no! Will they befriend the Muscovites? That's my only concern. If they do, I'm mad. If they don't, well, let us see. Are we still friends with them? Improved relationships, grateful. We don't have a relationship with them other than that, right? Yeah. We should top off with Austria relationship-wise, especially as long as that alliance can stay. It'd be great. If it crumbles, it crumbles. You know, eventually it will. We can do a tech. Let us do this one. Albania does not exist, unfortunately, for everybody. Let's do the dev one, and then we can do maybe start a golden age, and then we'll dev push there. Why does Albania not exist? Why do you think the Albania doesn't exist, chat? Can I get a, am I right? They're currently fighting QQ, and QQ is getting their ass beat, I would imagine. Might be time to put a coalition again against them. Maybe our rebels will have rebel on rebel violence. Doubtful, but you know, a boy can dream. What is this? These rebels are fighting each other? Great, I guess. Okay. Yeah, and then we'll deal with that. You forgot the oldest country in Europe. What's the oldest country in Europe? Okay, we're gonna get them done in soon. Okay, that's fine. Maybe we start dev pushing, because I don't see why not. Let us do this, and then let us do take the age. bonus so that when we dev push here, it's going to be nice. So every click costs us not that much dev, so we're just going to do that, and then this, and then this. And colonialism is not even that close to being done, which is fine. I don't care about Hamburg's opinions. Good time we took that Reformation in time. We can do one of our missions. Missionary strike, institution spread. Sure. Okay, what are our options? Join the reform, in between faiths, and void of the Pope. No, we're joining the reform. Right? Yeah. So we have a looming disaster. It is religious turmoil. I think it should be fine, though, by the time we're ready to go. We're already at 71% unity. Cool. All right, Perm is going to be ours soon. I think we'll take a step back from pushing that. We'll see, though. How many more points? A lot more points, but good stuff. We can take a decision. I don't think we need more missionary strength as it is. We're doing pretty well missionary strength wise. We did lose one of our duders. Let us do land maintenance modifier guy for a shit ton of money, or reinforcement speed. Let's do morale of armies for now. And then that was a mistake. Let's actually do somebody else. We're making so much money that I think we can afford to lose some cash. Some news has decided to accept knowledge sharing from Castile. Damn. Is France at war? They are with Ferreira. France is still really wanting to join this war. 29 defensive war. Dickheads. Dickheads, I say. Dickheads. Let's go and build some stuff up. Get some more taxes there. And I think we can get some more manpower modifiers. Yeah. And then let's get a couple more of those. This war should be over pretty soon. And of course we lose more stability because fuck me. And that should be it, right? I just want this land and this land. Ozen, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. How you doing today? What is this land also owned by them? It is. Why don't we? I don't want that. I want this. I don't want your money. I want you to go away. Cool. How much is this gonna cost? Bing, bang, boom, bam, biff. Cool. France's defender of faith. Yeah, it fucking sucks, dude. It sucks. And all of our allies are probably gonna turn on us because we're Protestant. Thankfully, Muscovy and Novgorod are Orthodox, so they can't join in on those wars, which is nice. So we can gobble all the rest of these lands that we want from them. How's this looming disaster going? It's going swimmingly. Memel is considered Lithuanian. I didn't know that. Let's go send some dudes to hang out there. It would be nice to get all of Novgorod back, but Poland and Austria would say yes right now. Might be the move, might not be the move. We definitely need to get our stability back up, though. Hoping for some good stab event to happen for us. And then let's go ahead and try to placate local leaders here. We can pay off their debts. Oh, didn't even look at how much it was going to cost us. For now, that's fine. How is the religious going? Right now, pretty well. All the lands that we would think are Protestant have become Protestant, except for some Christians over here. But for the most part, our unity is unitizing. It's becoming a little bit more expensive to do it, but a lot of the lands are, yeah, we're at 72%. Hopefully we can get it done before this pops. I guess we should try to boost our stability. But we're also trying to dev push, so like that's kind of causing us problems. Should have saved more development for this pushing. Orthodox Sweden? No, Protestant. It's a Protestant one. Do we think the Ottomans will attack the Lithuanians? That's the real question here. Right now they don't have any claims on them, so I don't see that happening. But I would like to have Novgorod all buttoned up soon, so we don't have to worry about this, like, whatever amount of provinces that they have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just having that all together would be nice, and then we can bring them into the fold one way or another. All right, let's go speed 5 for a little bit. But I think our next war is going to be Muscovy. I think that's where we'll do. The religion in Lapland changes to Catholic. The fuck? That's rude. University of Sweden? Sure. We get 200 administrative points. Stockholm's get university, and so does Skane. We get universities. Nice. So what does the university do again? It gives us local development costs and possible buildings, and then same with Skane. So we could dev push Skane if we wanted to, but we're not going to. Which means we can go and up our own stab, right? Overextension is high. I don't think it's actually that important. I'd rather have the points into this so that we get closer to making this dream come true. But I guess having stab means better stuff overall. Monthly. Okay. Who do we piss off? Burgers? No. Their power is high. So that would give them influence of 590. So they'd be at 90 influence, which is scary. Or we give the nobles even more. I think it's going to have to be the nobles. Or we could give the pastors control, which might be the better move. So now they're a little bit unhappy with us. Why is their stuff so high? I mean, it just is, I guess. We have money. We should use it. What should we use it on? Probably force limit. Lithuanians. We have a guy sitting there, so it's not like that's crazy. Should we build another fort? Maybe put a fort. Well, it depends on a lot of things here, but depends on how much of this we take. I think, do we have CVs on this land? We don't. What do we have CVs on? Just Novgorod and parts of Muscovy. Should we release somebody and use their claims? I don't think we have access to anybody to do that with. Like Ryzan we could do, but they don't have, like, they only have a couple claims. There's nobody in the Muscovite lands that we can really go. Well, that's not true. We could release this guy. Nizhny Novgorod. We could also go after Great Horde. That might be the move instead. Instead of get Great Horde as a vassal, and then we could use their CBs to take all this back. But for now, we should also be building spy network on these guys. We can rip away some more land. It's going to cause some upheaval, but it'll be all right. Where's the upheaval? It's all the way in the east. Let's go split. Half go this way and the other half go this way. And there's some dudes in Danzig. Wow, that's a lot of dudes in Danzig. Let's go get our other military. Our empire feels far-flung, you know? You know how that happens with the empire business? Always feeling far-flung. Oh, God. Okay, phew. Lots of troops. Lots of troops everywhere. Looks like Muscovy's having a bit of a rebellion. Why are they still at war defending against Nogai? But Nogai doesn't seem to be making any moves. Memel's gonna pop here in a sec. Let's go send some guys over there. Next, we can push some more there and more here. Too many relations, I know. I know. I think, so the goal is going to be to take these lands in the south away from them. Because at the end of the day, they're going to be the more lucrative to... We can keep this all bottled up. So as long as we have adjacency to them, we do. We can grab these. We can eat these at our own leisure. The Ottomans are not winning this war. When's our war up with them? 1511. Might make sense to go after them. Or decline. Another war with the Ottomans? Would we? Should we? I mean, what would make sense if we went after the Ottomans would be fight the Muscovites, take this couple lands over here, and then use the Golden Horde claims to get that back. Especially if the Ottomans are not doing well. If I was the Mamelukes, I would pop off on them, but they're fighting the Timmies for some reason. Maybe, maybe not. Who knows? I'm just some silly guy. Just a silly guy. Where did that pop? Ah, back east. How many people we got? We got 6 on Twitch. We got 5 on YouTube and TikTok. I have no clue how many people are watching because I don't have that set up properly. But thank you for everybody who's been watching. Oh, fuck! What the fuck are these rebels doing? Novgorodian rebels show up in my territory and I have to deal with it, of course. 2 corruption or Narva. I guess we can deal with... The one thing we do have right now is shit tons of cash. Which reminds me, can we get more troops? We can get more troops. Awesome. Can we do our template? 10, 2, 3. Is that going to put us... Save. Might put us just over. No, just enough. Okay. Perf. Nice. We're bigger. We're badder. We're stronger. We're smarter. We're not smarter. I wish we were smarter, but we're not smarter. Muscovy is in a tough situation. They have 25k troops. Well, I guess I see them sitting right there. Muscovy is no longer our rival. Awesome. We can now rival QQ if we want to, I guess. I don't really see why we do that. We can do another church power. What are we thinking? Morale of armies, idea costs, administrative free policy. National unrest is always nice. Aggressive expansion. National unrest. 1 point in national unrest, but let's hit a Google search real quick and see best church powers. Let's see what people say. 8 years ago. That's not good enough. What's Reddit got to say? Discipline, morale of armies, manpower recovery speed. All right. I think we go and we see how much manpower recovery. Definitely morale of armies. Sure. I think morale of armies is next. That's always a good one. And then we can do another one soon. Yes. Can summon a diet. Doesn't put us over quite yet on some of these. Lapland is Protestant. We already kind of did that one. And it gives them more opinion. Own less than one city. We're annexing them, so that doesn't make sense. And workshop. We can build a workshop in where? Sure, I can build a workshop. It's like the one thing we're good at. Building things. Cool. That's done in a couple months. Our truce with the Ottomans is over. I don't think it's smart to attack them, but once we have our dudes. For now, can we do provoke revolt? Cool. That's been dealt with. Now we have our troops positioned over here. Get ready for it. Our thing is still happening, unfortunately. 1, 2. How much dev have we pushed? Almost enough. Let us do... Can't fabricate here yet. I guess we don't need to fabricate there. Kazan has been released, interestingly enough. I don't know why, but they have. They're back. The back, bitches. The Kazani are back, which we could use to grab more land if we wanted to, but I don't think Kazan. The Ottomans are on one right now. I don't know how or why they think this is going to work out for them, but they just do. Sneaky Spuds, welcome in. How you doing? Let's give you a shout out. How you doing today? Sneaky Spudsworth. We are the sneakiest. If you don't know Sneaky Spudsworth, you shouldn't. He stinks. He smells. He smells like potato, actually, which you think would be a good smell. It's not. But no, honestly, he's a Twitch creator. He's a Twitch content creator. You should check him out. He plays a wide variety of games. Been playing a lot of CK3 recently, a game I personally hate. Loathe, some would say. Going right for the throat. All day, baby. All day, baby. Damn. Muscovy, could you be having a worse time? The answer is yes, but it's tough. Our goal for this run is to expand into Muscovy and run right down. Going over, yeah. All we do is go for throats. We could fight the Ottomans again. I don't know why we would do that. They are seemingly willing to get their ass beat. They're also overextended. Like, for some reason, they have lands all the way out here in the east. They're, like, trying to become pseudo-Muscovites and take over this land, but interesting. That's all I've got to say. It's very interesting of them to have done that. How much more can we dev push? 83. Our truce is up with the Ottoman, or with the Muscovites. Let us see. Where do they have forts? They have one here, and do they have any down here? Probably not. Let's claim that. Come back from there. God damn, dude. I would attack them. They don't have that many troops. I think it's smart. We take these lands down here. We vassalize Golden Horde, and then we use the Golden Horde claims on the Ottomans. I wonder if we could convince the Muscovians that we're friendly. Sweden is allied to rival Poland. Let's go improve and see if that will give us an option. They've been warned. Let's make it for Protsk. That's like the one we're actually going to go for. And of course I didn't deck, so now that's didn't matter. Bloodfart, welcome in. Let's go find the Muscovites. Send our troops down here. Pretty much going to take all this land over here. And then we'll send this army to go siege that. Because this land is, because we have it completely like isolated to ourselves, there's no like need for us taking it. Whereas this land down here is more likely to get nabbed by another power. And I don't really want that to happen. So we're not going to let it happen. Looks like we caught the Muscovite army. And this might be just a short war because we just need to take the lands over here. It's ad break time soon. Let's snooze that for one more time, and then after this war ends in 5 minutes or less, I have a feeling we'll be able to rejoice, and you'll all be able to consume an ad, which will give me a grand total of a hay penny. A whole hay penny. Wouldn't it be crazy if we still had hay pennies? They'd be worthless, but you know, it'd be fun. Will they let us have all this land over here? My gut says not yet. I mean, we don't have to. The game will give it to us, right? Yeah. Okay, and then we'll take war reps too, because fuck them. Why not? I'll take my money and go home. Take my money and go home. Gonna take my money and go home. Gonna take my money and go home. All right. Is the war over yet? Almost. All right, that should end the war. Quick war. Less than a whole year. All right, we don't need any more money from them. War reps is fine. And coalition is fine. Send. Then we're going to go here. And we're going to say to you, dear listener, release Golden Horde. Yes. And then we're going to go here and we're say Golden Horde. Don't be a biatch, Golden Horde. Enforce Protestantism with you. And then we'll placate local leaders and then grab provinces of Punsk and Tula. Which they are happy with. Their liberty desire is high, but they'll get over that. And then we can pop off if we wanted to and do reconquest with these guys, which I think we shall, because we got troops in the area. Let's get this army down here. How are the Ottomans feeling? 63k troops. Let's make the reconquest somewhere reasonable, like Ettrek. Ignore. Ooh, I shouldn't have clicked that one. Okay. We didn't have our troops even in position yet, but it's fine. Are the Ottomans on a tech ahead of us? They are not military-wise, so we're good there for now. That might change here soon. How's this going? Still not accepted for some reason, which rude of them. And we have rebels in Kola. Let's have this army go back. Deal with that. How was the EU5 announcement? Good. We got a lot of not as much gameplay as I thought. A lot of Lath. I don't know if you know Lath, the content creator, but he was pretty much the show of the performance, which was fun because like Lath is an entertaining dude. But I wish they had shown a little bit more gameplay. I kind of understand why they didn't, because they then right afterwards were like, oh, go check out these people who we've given early access to. Yeah, I told you go the fuck up here. What do you want from me? All right, so our allies are making their slow procession down here. Again, when is the release? TBD. TBD still. TBDB. Unfortunately for us, and that's not exactly what I want, but let's send the horses. Send these guys in too. Where's this other rebel group going? Yeah, we should run that ad. I'll be right back in 3 minutes or less. I'll see you all in just a jiff. Run that ad, run that ad, run that ad, and do the stuff. All right, the AI has a lot of troops in this area. I'm concerned about it. Let's have them detour. But thankfully our AI is gonna start doing stuff. Okay, they don't need to deal with that. Let's have them just come back up here. Can we send some more troops? Not thus yet far. I knew we should have built more forts. More forts, more forts, more forts. Would have been smart. What's the achievement today? We're trying to do the Swedish ones where you start out as Sweden and do some stuff. But I can't recall what the Swedish ones are right off the top of my dome right now. But I think right now the biggest thing we want to do is tell the Ottomans that they are not welcome in this area of the world. So depending on how that goes, I think so far it's going well. We took that, which is awesome. Let's go deal with this Transoceanians. Okay, welcome back from the ad break. Thank you guys for watching those. We duly appreciate it. Did the Ottomans just take tech? No. Why is that morale so low with those guys? I don't know. And once again, the Ottomans are being destroyed in their homeland, so maybe we'll be able to get more than just like 1 or 2 provinces and war reps out of this war. Depende. Depende. I don't know what they're... Okay, I didn't think so. Okay. Leave a unit there to defeat that, and then come back down here. We need as many dudes because the Ottomans are now in our neck of the woods. How are they able to move? I thought this would prevent them from being able to move around, but maybe I'm misremembering how zone of control works. Okay, we won that battle. Stack wiped that battle too. It's huge. That's actually huge that we stack wiped them there. Good. Let's see if we can come back down here. The Ottomans are getting absolutely slammed on their coast. Great Horde is losing that, obviously, but we can go here. And then they gotta go there. Cool. Next, we can go and improve our stability. I think that might be smart. Taking the stab now, so we can get all those points. I know we're walking around with a big ass stack of our troops, but I'm concerned that if we don't do this, the AI is going to kick our ass. And I can't really suffer more than a couple defeats by the Ottomans. Yikes. Okay, we won this one just barely. And we're fighting another war or battle. All right. That's good for us, especially because the Ottomans are on no... they're pretty much running out of supply and such. So I think if we keep pushing a little bit harder on them, things will go our way. We really need to put a fort once we expand into these areas. A couple more forts would do us some good. Got that guy again. Yeah, the Ottomans are not going to be feeling happy after this. They are going to be very unhappy. Because now they're, what, 43,000 and no manpower, and they're about to get kicked out, essentially. Yeah. Please stack white. All right, we didn't, but that's fine. Let's see how much of this land they'll actually let us return core to all of our dudes. Right now, they say yes to a lot of this. That seems to be their limit right now. But I would like to take a decent amount. To split, especially to split their current holdings up a little bit more. Let's get these guys down here. Shit. And they're already reinforcing. That's annoying. Can do another power already? Damn. What should we do our church power, our final one in? Discipline? Or national unrest? I think discipline's always good. Or cost of advisors with rulers same religion. That would be nice because 15%... Advisors just get more and more costly. No, Europa Universalis 4. EU4 is the game and what it's called. Okay. Can we actually win a fight there? I don't think we can. Especially with how weak our troops are. I'm concerned that they're all going to dogpile us, and then we're going to be in trouble if they take this. Let's go ahead and... They're already fucking dialed in. Let's do that, and then... Where did 20,000 troops just show up from? Fuck, dude. What the fuck? Did we just get stacked? Okay, we didn't. Thank God. But that was pretty intense for a second there. All right. So we can't... Let's clear this deal off. Let's try to return at least a couple cores now. Go. Not that one. Let's try to take at least a sizable bite. Clear. This one. That one. This one. That one. Then maybe this one. And then if we could get somehow, I would... No, that's not as important. How much money do we earn points? We have 9 points to work with. What is, I want Kuma. I guess by name is the better way of doing this. I want this one. I want that one for sure. We need that one. Maybe we don't take Astra. We just take these couple. And then we take war reps. Will he give us war reps? The answer is no. I guess we just wait then. Great projects cost less, and we gain a modifier dude. Or we get unrest. That's fine. We can have the unrest. Darn. Well, our army is on the back foot, and we have no manpower, so that's unfortunate. And now this deal is pretty much rendered useless because the AI... How did they spawn 20,000 troops out of nowhere? That felt wild. Thankfully, though, we can take mercenaries. And it looks like the Austrians are showing up, which is nice. So let's go ahead and merge all our troops. And then take these mercs. Get them to come down here. Is Austria really going to run in there? You guys are insane, Austria. I don't have nearly enough troops to support you in this suicide attempt. But I guess it doesn't matter because the Austrians are full sending it. Okay, well, the Austrians want to full send, we can full send. Nobles hate us more. Gain influence. Burghers gain influence. I think the nobles hating us more is unfortunately what we have to do here. All right. So it looks like our allies are making the transition over here, the farthest way to do it. There's a couple thousand troops there. So at least we're going to have them to deal with. Hopefully we're not fighting all of those guys. We're not. Good. And it looks like we're slowly but surely eking out more and more Ottoman power. So it was probably smart not to take that deal just yet. Hopefully they don't take this fort. If they do, I'm going to be sad. They didn't. Cool. Cool. The Ottomans are probably in a world of hurt right now. 30,000 troops. If I were the Mamluks, and I'm not saying I am, but if I was them, I would definitely jump on this train right now. Your long-term rivals are at the weakest point they probably will ever be in recent history. You need to get over here and start pumping troops into the Anatolia as quick as possible. Because if you do that, then you're good. Kevin, is Mamluks confirmed? Not saying I am. I don't know why I said it that way at all, but oh, frick. The Danish. I forgot about the Danish rebels. Let's get some more of these bad boys real quick. Go deal with that. Ottomans confirmed. Kevin, would you like to extrapolate on that? The Bears are shuffling through St. Peter's Square. The Pope. Why is the Bears... Is he a Bears fan? Is the new Pope... He's just from Chicago. I don't know if he's a Bears fan. Is he from Chicago? Or is he, like, from Chicago? Meaning, he's from Chicago. We're not just going to give the Bears that. I know the Bears deserve a lot of, like, they need some, like, small victories right now because their team has been asked for generations, but we're not just going to give the Bears simple confirmation just because memes. Where are these guys going? Well, hopefully these guys are prepped for this war. They are not. All right, let's go have them start sieging this down. And we're good. Is we giving them the Pope? Maybe they'll stay bad at football. No, I don't think so. So who do you like? I mean, not the Bears. That's for damn sure. Who do you like? Nobody. I mean, I'm a fan of the sport in general. I wouldn't say I have an allegiance, especially because they refuse to give us a squad in Oregon, which makes sense. We just don't have the bodies for it. And damned if I'll be a Seattle Seahawk fan anytime soon. Go Bucks. BT Dubs. Oh, wow. These boys will let us have this. That's fine. So we can stop wasting our time dev pushing. That was kind of a waste in our dev, but, you know, a boy can dream. A boy can dream. Prestige from development mission. No, we gotta save our prestige and stuff, or our points. The Ottoman army is in full retreat. They have 32,000 troops somewhere. I'm not sure where, but they're somewhere. So we're gonna go have them and our troops do that. Starting as England. Try to do a world conquest of Florida, please. Is Florida? Yikes. Floridas? I feel like that would be such an interesting start, but I don't know if I'm equipped to do it. I'm decent at this game. I wouldn't say I'm like the best. Like the Bears. The Ottomans are not having a good time. That's for darn sure. Where are you guys going? You love to see a sad Ottomans. Tula. Okay, well maybe my AI friends will deal with that. Denmark has announced as their rivals. That's not very nice of them. All right, let's look at our mission tree real quick. Make sure that we have at least one of the following was true. Subject is a subject allied with Sweden, Orthodox, but is not Orthodox or Christian. So 3 out of 4 of our people are that. Is there any other fucking Protestants? Oh, Anglican. We could become allies with Genoa again. Let's go improve with them. We can stop doing this. All right, I think we can take this deal soon. As soon as we start siege carpeting their lands. That one battle absolutely destroyed our army completely, which sucks, but it is what it is. I guess we're going to try to get as much of these lands back as possible. I don't think we'll be able to get all of them, but getting a wide variety or wide amount of them would be nice so that we can tell the Ottomans to stop trying to fuck off. Oh, I forgot the Ottomans could come up here. How's this going over here? Fine. Could be better. Could be worse. I don't think our troops are going to get there in time. All right, Ottomans. What else can we ask for return stuff for? This. I mean, like, that one's not as important. This one. This one. I really just want to cut them off from having control of all their lands. Like, if they could just stop being... All right, let's clear it up. We'll just wait. Before we take that peace deal. What time is it? It's only noon. Probably play for another hour and a half or change and then call it for today, because we weren't supposed to... Technically, we weren't supposed to stream today. I just strammed because I thought, wouldn't it be fun to see what all the new information that's coming around Europa 5, as they're calling it. You know, Europa 5. ¿Conoces? Europa 5. Give me my gold. Cool. Now the AI has said no to this, no to that. All right, they're at 38. Transoceania, you still want to be in this war? The answer is unfortunately yes. Very much love to be in this war more. Let's do it by name, I guess. Ulik. That's not the right. Nope. This one. This one. We want to split them so that the Ottomans don't have control of some of their lands. And if they ask for control of some of their lands in the future, we can just be like, no. Or access to those lands. So we're just going to make their lives a little bit more difficult. So that they can't just more easily, or easily, not more easily. Majar. That. Maybe we do this as the peace deal. And then war reps. So tell me when we get to that many points. And then we'll be happy. How close are we to accepting? Colonialism, not that close. What about here? Not that close either. Innovations, then we piss a bunch of people off, or the Danes? No, I don't give a shit about the Danes. Where are these troops coming from? Like, truthfully, where did those... How did they just appear out of the wastes like that? This is like territory that isn't developed, or it has no colonization or anything like that. So I don't know where they're getting that. But all of Anatolia, or all of Greece is under our control, which is good. Burgers can come down. We've won that. How much money are we making? Decent amount. That's done. That should all fix itself. And somehow we're not able to walk this way, so it's fine, I guess. Next, we wanted to... What did we want to do with this money? We can't do anything with the money. That's right. We're waiting on time to be able to accept the new tech bonuses, institution-wise. We should take tech, though. Or not tech, institution. And then... Wait. We'll soon have access to Norway and all their lands. I think they have colonies, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it looks like they do have colonies in the New World, in Newfoundland, which will be interesting. So we'll have to deal with that. Transoceania's showing up. Tunis, you want to still be in this war? I could just let you off with a white piece. No. We should not have fought this battle, but it is fighting now. And they're probably going to win it. That was a stupid mistake on my part. Alright. Let's get back down here. Dude, if I was the Mamelukes, what are you guys doing? You're fighting someone else. You really should be fighting. Like, this is the weakest they're ever going to be. You have all your troops and all your manpower. You should be going after them right now. Bloodthirsty. Blood-curdling. Lee. 63 is too much, they say. Maybe if we can knock out the Tunisians, they'll say, shit, you're right. AJ, thank you for the follow. Damn it. How the fuck did they sneak back up there? God fucking damn it. Okay. The AI keeps sneaking troops back up there, and I'm not sure how they do that. Alright. Seemingly, we can get away with a lot, but I think that's just too much. I would like to get over this war. So why don't we go this, that, this, yes. That, yes. Or maybe not that one, because we can have a little buffer zone. Not that one. Not that one. Sure, that one's fine. That one's fine as well. That's fine. That one's fine. And then we need maybe Ettak, or we could take Ukek. Give us Ukek. Show me Ukek. Ukek. And then we'll take war reps. And that leaves us with 17 options. Then we'll take a bunch of cash. No, we won't take a bunch of cash. I lied. No cash. We can probably get a couple more pieces of them. Not that one. What about Saharia? Sararia. Let's use. What am I doing? Sararia. That takes us over by a lot. So Sararia ain't it. What about Sarkov? Not that either. All right, let's just take the money and run. Split them. They can't easily get around us anymore. And their lands are all... Dude, I'm just making... This is Border Gore Simulator 3000. You're welcome, chat. You're welcome for this Border Gore I've created. Let's send it. We gave this to Muscovy? What the fuck, Kevin? Well, that was a mistake. So now that we can't get to any of these lands until we fight Muscovy again, which is in 5 years. We're gonna have to go like this, which is fine, I guess, for now. These guys can go over here. And now we're making even more money. How happy are they with us? They're pretty happy with us. And then you guys, would you take a vessel or an an alliance? And that should bring us to this. Who's gonna break the alliance with us? The Austrians? Why? We've been nothing but nice to them. What's the ish? The ish is Austria desires to keep her on due to this. Well, we can do a couple things. We can give them some wealth. That should fix some of it. And then the other thing we can do is probably... That's fine. And then we get gain 100 of this, gain 100 of that. Sure. We can reform our government. We shall. What tech are we on? Or what thing are we on? Iron, how you doing? Iron Man, how you doing? We're trying to... No, we can't take that one. It's this one. State religions. Diplomatic reputation, improve relations, tolerance of true faith, religious unity, administrative tech. I don't think that matters. Temples, cathedrals provide extra stuff. Diplomats +1, all estates equilibrium +5%. What's this first one do? National tax, church power, Protestant influence minus that. Religious or government mechanics. Oh, we become a head of Reformed Church. Government mechanics, we change our government? Our faith is no longer bound to the Holy See. The rules is now that the head of state religion has as much say and duties as this. Religious diplomat, no impact on influence, absolution, tolerance, diplomat, improve relations. What is our current bullshit? We're just a feudal nobility. Does this change our government? I thought I'd come here to see how EU4 plays. Well, let's see if this blows up our government or what it does to our government. Dun, 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 dun. We're still kingdom, so that's interesting. Let's do this. I mean, the thing about EU4 is it's a complicated game and there's always a lot happening on screen and I'm talking like at any point I'm just talking about stuff. So if you have any questions, hit me up. I cannot believe I did that. I should have looked. That's annoying. But now the Ottomans are kind of all... This is don't look over here, chat. This is not for the faint of heart. It's going to cause mass hysteria. So what are we going to do? Global settlement increases? I mean, that would be kind of fun, but I don't really want that. Idea cost comes down. That's always nice. Production efficiency, national unrest, aggressive expansion, monthly this. I think it's the advisor cost coming down because that's always going to be expensive. Can we do another one or no? Now that we have all church powers figured out, what can we do with our church power? Oh, well, we got the achievement. Convert to Protestantism and unlock 3 aspects of the faith. So now is church power kind of like useless to us or what? We are tech behind, but let's just take this anyways. And then we can take new innovations, right? We can do siege and morale damage. Great. Border gore. What are you doing to Sweden? What is Sweden doing to us? When EU5 drops, I'm not leaving the house. I mean, that makes sense. That's probably a wise decision. Nobody should leave their homes ever in any case ever. Let's build some forts. Let's build a Muscovite fort. Let's put one there, and then let's put one here. Or yeah, that makes more sense. So then these can't, this whole area is under our control. Do they still, yeah, they still have access to all these, cool. This Muscovite home is tough. And Lithuania is still friends with these guys. I mean, we could give it to these guys, but I don't think that's smart. It looks very complex. It is very complex, but I think with enough time, hundreds of hours, you can get to that level. Religious civil disorder. Oh no. Let's go get some more of those. What's this? What is the religion going on? Is Anglican already popped? It has already popped. Damn. Counter-Reformation has happened. It's not really popped outside of our borders, which is unfortunate. These guys want that, but that's not happening. We've annexed Norway, which is nice. Now we can do institution spread, which I think that's the one we want, and unify our culture. Where's our culture not unified? I guess we don't have the Danish, do we? And we don't have all of Carlian. No. We have Swedish people over here doing Swedish things. Is this England? England's gonna start beefing with us, aren't they? Probably. But now, how many troops can we have? Not that many. Not as many as I would like. We have some more boats. Let's go ahead and have these guys protect Baltic. Good. Do we get a mission for that? I thought we did, but maybe I'm wrong. We need to destroy Denmark, that's right. But we can't destroy Denmark because France is on their side. But England would join our war. We could make it a multi-faceted war. I don't think we do that just yet. Let's get done with our rebels, and then we can maybe think about that. I'm surprised we were able to pull off a victory against the Ottomans like that, but huge. Every once in a blue moon, you can do some good stuff. I mean, the Lithuanians are kind of becoming a thorn in my side, a sore in my side. I don't know what the fuck words I'm using, but let's see. We have a ton of money coming in. Let's look at our mission tree and see if any other missions can be done. I think we're stuck kind of with the issue of not being able to grab a bunch of these lands. Yeah. We have yet to be able to grab lands over here. Now the Poland has fucking... Sorry, excuse my language. Poland has taken this land, which actually kind of works out. If they inherit that, then we can fight Poland for it. And then we might have beef with Poland over that. But in general, this run's been going well. I don't think it's as good as it could have been. Poland and Austria would join this war. I think it might be time to fully gobble Novgorod, seeing as they've kind of been just sitting up here in the north, waiting for us to kill them. And it would be nice to clean up some of this border gore. Let's do it. Love that the AI is already getting distracted by that. I think the hardest thing about this fight is going to be just forcing the boys to give in and give up the Lithuanians. But if we take their capital, which should happen pretty quickly, we'll be fine. Is there any claims we have on Lithuanian territory? We have claims on all this over here. So we could take these couple. I don't know if that leads us into another thing. No. Let's see what these ones are. One of the flags which is true. Protestant Catholic leagues are enabled is the Protestant League. Any of the allies of Protestant is part of the Holy Roman Empire and either elector or the 10. What does this give us? Something. This did not get upgraded enough for my liking. It has to be at 10, doesn't it? That's unfortunate. We should have done that differently. It needs 4 more clicks and then we'll be happy. Alright. Nice. Yeah, now I'm a little concerned that the Ottomans will come in and grab all this land, but, you know, what are you gonna do? Other than try to just be trying to be as advantageous as possible, but it's not always gonna work out. Okay. We could also just go and grab all these territories in the north once we have this, and then leave just like one province. Or I could just get rid of all the border guard. Might be time for all the border guard to go. We also need to be probably like currying favor and stuff like that. I don't know. How is the leagues not happening yet? Not happening yet. Okay. That's all good. That's all good. We fully annexed them. Nice. Let's go stand on that with them. How long until they'll take a white piece? A lot of time. So we just need to siege stuff. Sure, we can help the Poles. Yeah, because we still don't have this. How close are we? 2 more years? Damn, we are not doing smart with our tech, but I mean, I guess that's how that works. Oh, Rick, what just happened? Dinny, thank you so very much for the 5 gifted to the community. So at sub level at 5, god damn. Can we get a praise B for Dinny? EU5 for EU5. Big Law is gonna love that. Shaky is gonna love that. Curve Earth, Notorious, Bandy F. Thank you so very much for that. Yeah, I'm excited for EU5. Wow, that scared me. I truly appreciate it. Yeah, hopefully we get early access to it, so like we can bring that content to you guys. But what I saw Lath play today seemed interesting. I hope it's gonna be not a disappointment. That's the hope. If it is disappointing, you know, that's life. But thank you again, Denny FM. I think the most interesting element of it thus far to me is just how much more population is going to be in a factor. So no longer can you be in these long, costly wars, or else you're going to like lose all your manufacturers or all your like labor for like day-to-day life in your empire will crumble. Watching some play though, it's pretty promising. Nice. How they were describing the warg mechanics had me concerned for a second, because I thought, oh frick, are they gonna make us oh frick. I said, oh frick, are they gonna make us do auto battler the whole time, or can we actually just be able to control our troops? And it seems like we can control our troops, which was nice. Can we sue for peace and just go like this? I'll take it. And then Novgorod, I'll be taking all your lands. It's probably going to be a lot of aggressive expansion, but I'm done with having so much border gourd. And then your cash. Yeah. All right, there we go. Nice little borders. Our extension isn't so bad. And we just have just enough. Let's put a new advisor out here. Let's do, cancel this. Let's do somebody else like that. Yeah, I didn't watch Red Hawk, or I only watched Lath's, so whatever he was talking about, it seemed like it was going to be good times. Looks like the AI is going to deal with that, which will be nice of them. Our military right now, not very good, which is not the worst, but also if we're going to have this war against the people, it's going to be necessary not to be getting our ass kicked so violently. Let's go and do fort here, and then let's see, is there any lands that we can probably, Newfoundland we can make part of us if we wanted to. I don't know if that's worth it. I think there are probably other places we could state. Newfoundland is really this, but do we not, what? Oh, is it because we don't have enough government reform? That's why. All right, let's try it now. I was like, seriously? They're like, Newfoundland's the one? Livonia. 36. I think we go with these ones over here. And then, especially because we don't have to pay extra. That will do that. But yes, EU5 should be fun. I wish they had given us a release date, but obviously I understand why they're kind of keep that more under wraps still. Hopefully it's later this year, but I have a feeling it's not gonna be. I think it might be a next year thing. But we shall see. This border gourd. Chat, don't look at this. Don't look over here. I've created a monster. We've got Muscovites. We've got Perm. We've got Kazani, Nogai, the Ottomans. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Thank you again for your 5 gifted, Denny. It was very much appreciated. We don't expect you to provide for the channel, but we do appreciate it when you do. This run's going okay. I would say I've kind of lost the plot a little bit in some places in regards to I didn't do a good job of getting these lands down here into our lands yet. Now one of our key allies has a PU over these guys, but I mean we can always go after them soon. All right, Denmark might be the next target once all of our stuff is put together. But we did thwart the Ottoman threat menace Yeah, let's have these guys go over here. And we can probably start building up a couple more units. We're over our limit. I think that's fine for now. Okay, it's only this, yeah. And then they do like this.
Lunch is on the way. Can you test this to see if you want this?
Just a little bit.
A little bit on site.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
To your liking.
Thank you. Thank you. Jesus. So, new men, advisor cost comes down, but nobility and pastors hate us. Sure. I mean, all we've been doing is actively having these guys kick our ass time and time again, which is like fine, but national unrest goes up and we already have like, we got some rebels. Don't worry. Our knowledge sharing is over? Is it because we finally have the ability to accept we have it available. Okay. If I sold, we'd just have enough. I think that's what we do. So we can take the oh well, I guess not just enough yet. We're short by a couple hundred. We could take loans. It might be smart to take a loan from the estates. Burgers already have a high opinion of themselves influence-wise. Why is everybody's influence so high? Is it because the diets denied this diet summoning? Yeah, it's like 25% of it is because diets, which isn't great. All right, we'll take the loans though, so we can buy the innovation, and then we can take tech, so we're not so far behind tech-wise there, and then we can up our troops, and then we can start selling this to somebody who wants to have offer knowledge sharing. Bunch of weird countries, to be honest. We could all knowledge share into the new world. Would that be such a dick move? How's EU4? It's good. And how is EU5? Also, interestingly good. Where did all that money just come in from? Oh, because I took loans. Duh, Kevin. I was like, wait. We could have just taken loans instead of having... But that's fine. Let's go pay back all of our loans so that we aren't so heavily in debt. And then for now, we're going to run a quick little ad. We'll be back in 3 minutes. I'm going to really use the restroom. I'll see you all in just a jiff. Bow, 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 bow. To answer your question, Knightley, if you're still here, short answer is it is very similar. There's still a lot of things that are overlap, but there are also a lot of things that, like, I think the biggest change I saw with my limited viewership was that there was only a couple of, there's a lot more pops. So population has become a more important metric. So maintaining pop and positive pop is always going to be, I think, the part of the new game. So whenever we can do that, shall be great. Would you say it's better? I haven't played it, so I don't know. From my limited viewing, it's hard to say. There will be things that I think I like. There will be things that I think I don't like. Lath, I think, dropped a video if you want to watch that. He kind of he's actually had decent look into. Did that just say they are the defender of faith? No. This is a shit show over here. The fact that Ottomans had control of Central Asia. Madness. And then, oh, Mamluks will take an alliance. I would take an alliance with them. And I would also dissolve this alliance. Sorry, Genoa. I don't really want you as allies. It really does stink that our leader is a 600. Can I get rid of our dude? Oh, my bad. This is EU4. Yes, it is. No problem. I mean, they look similar. But, yeah, this is still the old one. Should we get rid of our heir? I think the answer is yes. He kind of sucks. Maybe we'll get a better one. And then our leader will die. I guess we'll shit on Lithuania for now. No. How's the rest of the world doing? Good. How long is our till our war with them? 1528, so 10 years. What about you? I think our next war is the Muscovites. We take out all the Muscovite lands and just gobble. I think the biggest confusion too is like when you're looking at a map staring game and you haven't seen a lot of either, they overlap a lot because they're usually showing similar countries. Yeah, we need more. We need to spend money on, well, once our bills are paid, we need to spend it on some stuff. When can I do push at 96? Yeah. I feel like this run is going well, but could be going better. Like, this part's all tough. Colonizers. Oh, we need 3 light ships there. What does that give us? A colonist for free? Okay. And then New Sweden. Sure. Let's take this decision before we accept this. I guess we'll accept. So with that decision accepted, we get New Sweden. we need to select this. Why don't we do assimilation? Native uprising chance. Let's just do that one for now, because I don't really want to go fight in the New World. Let's send the Sami here. Just go ahead and send the Sami elsewhere. I've done a mega campaign, and that was when I played EU4. Yeah. I mean, a mega campaign on its own is pretty rough already, but not having a... Let me say this better. Not playing EU4 sometimes can be really rough. Playing it in a mega campaign setting and not having full experience is even rougher. I don't know if I would wish that upon anybody. But I'm proud of you, if that helps. We'll wait. Yeah. Let's go ahead and build some more spy network. I made Rome and it was endless war. Yeah, that sounds about right. Where can 36 troops hang out? Neva? No. Novgorod? No. Vizgard? No. There's like literally nowhere where 36,000 troops can hang out. Non-stop rebellions. Yeah, if you don't... Yeah, the culture stuff is probably the hardest too. Culture and some other things probably weren't helping you out one bit. So for this one, we need to have 5 provinces within the following colonial range, and then we get New Sweden, which gives us another colony. We can do Ivory Coast. Who owns this? Portugal? We don't have CBs for it. We could do a no CB war. I don't think tech-wise we're that more advanced than them, though. I didn't know that's a decision you can make. That's cool. Yeah. Sometimes the translator doesn't work all the way. From attrition? Who's suffering? Oh, this fucking guy. These mercs are just suffering attrition. Let's just get rid of them. And then we can afford to, like, get smaller amounts of them, or at least promote this guy. Or let's see if there's another option that's cheaper. Cancel. No. Let's just promote this guy. Well, we gotta wait. Gotta wait until we pay off our debt. Which will be like 2 months. That does then leave not this, this whole area under these guys' jurisdiction. Good luck with that, bro. Let's send these guys down here. And we'll just take this so I stop having that little banner update. I have a fuck ton of money though, because you know how late Crisand is. Yeah. That money, that cheddar must have been so much. So high. Who is this? Somebody who borders us? Maybe. Of course, that's where the rebels pop. Excuse me. God, this is I've never seen or made such a disgusting showing. This is pretty bad. So this is our vassal, and then we have the Ottomans, and then we have Kazan, because I've just not taken the option to attack them, but I guess I could, and then feed this one province to them, and then we could core the rest. And then we have Perm, which disgusting, and then we have Nogai, also disgusting, and then we have Muscovy, who we are, as soon as our truce is up, we can go after them. Innovation or gain a church here? I'll gain a church there. I think the hard thing also about going between several Paradox games is that you kind of get caught up in it's hard to remember what is what, if that makes sense. Being like, oh, can I be doing this? Can I be doing that? Can I be doing this? Should I be doing this? Should I be doing that? It can become confusing when you're like, oh, I kind of remember this game, but now that I'm playing it, I have a bunch of other things I'm dealing with constantly. Go yes. Stability or government reform? Right now, government reform is not as important. We need 476 to do that. How's the faith over here doing? For now, fine. Soon, not so fine. Okay. A lot of those are coming through now, so we don't have to deal with that. Like, even now, I just forget how much of this we need to be working on. Let's see. Can I ask for another? No, probably not, right? Oh, we can. Let's recall. Not abandon. Can I send? No. I went from EU4 to Vic3 and it was such a difference. Yeah. The wars are very odd. They're not my favorite. So much so that I literally rage quit every time I try to play the game because the wars are just so not. They're nonsensical. Every time I'm like, oh, this should work. It doesn't. I'll take both. No. The Ottomans are fighting these guys for this one piece of land, right? The one that I gave up like an idiot. See, this is what I want. We're going to give this name to our boy Dinny FM. Thank you again for the gifted Dinny. All right. We'll probably play another hour or maybe 30 minutes to an hour, and then I'll probably call it for today just because we've started earlier and we weren't supposed to stream today, but the announcement got me hyped, so I wanted to stream anyways. Yeah, so the Muscovites are fighting there, which is fine. Now we're gonna have forts here, and we have a fort there. Kind of forts at weird positions along our lands, but what are you gonna do? 2. We need 3 more points there. What did you think of EU5? I'm going to be cautiously optimistic for now, but I could see it being kind of a shit show at the start. But point to one of the Paradox games from launch being like absolutely everything we wanted and more. But I think thus far I've been pretty Pretty happy with what I saw. It's gonna be a less map painter. At least we got sexy Lathe. You should have seen my reaction when I saw Lathe. I was like, when it was just the back of his head, and I was like, it's fucking Lathe. too goofy. It's fucking Lathe. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's Lathe. Did you know it was Lathe? I mean, it's nice that we have the Mamelukes now on our side, so we can use them to eat more of the Ottomans. The Ottomans were feeling high as kites, I imagine, at one point in this run, but now after 2 successive wars against us, they probably are like, nah, I'm not interested. Ooh. Could take advantage of that. Oh, no, it's not. No, it's not exactly what I thought it was. I thought they were taking over. Truce is expired. Have we? No. As soon as these are done, or most of them are done, we'll jump on the Muscovites. Sure. I was in his live stream and the chat was mental because he was talking about how Paradox hadn't reached out to him. What a fucking trickster. Let's freaking love it. Love that energy. He's like, yeah, it's fucking wild. I don't know why. They just never reached out to me. I don't know why they didn't. And then boom, fucking literally the whole show is about Lathe and his experience with the game. Yeah, it's so strange. They never reached out. Way to gaslight a whole audience. Love that for him. Love that for the audience. Yeah, so strange. Which means he probably knew during Parabellum. I should have tried to ask him. Should have been like, Lathe, I hear you got the EU4 hookup. What's good? What's the 411? Tell me the truth. Who's the winners? Who's the losers? You know? But yeah. I mean, interesting like way to do a announcement where it's like a coordinated effort with 4 or 5 big content creators in the game instead of just showing it in front of everybody. You do a kind of a general overview and then like moments later all the content creators drop their like pre-review review. It's just kind of interesting. What should we go? Cleanse the Heathens Heresy? I think cleanse the heresy, right? But first let's go back down here. Deal with this and then we can wait for our troops. Poland wouldn't join. Why would Poland not join? The debt. Ah, the debt. Ah, me boy, there's debt. Can I go to? Interesting. I mean, he's kind of the mascot now. I mean, true. He has become some sort of being of higher caliber than before. He's moved into some new realm. John Paradox. I'm so done with John Paradox. The amount of John Paradox content. Goddamn John Paradox. Okay, where are we waiting for this last? Ah, it's up there. Well, we can have them start marching this way at least. All right, should we pop off on them? Potentially. What is this? Is this their land too? Or no, this is their land. I see. The fact that EU4 was real and the Pope was elected was insane. Divine blessing. I did have a bunch of people dropping in on my comment section, and just being like, Kevin, the Pope was selected. And I thought they were pulling my leg. Because like one time I did stream when Queen Elizabeth died. And I thought people were lying to me. And then quick Google search later, turns out they were not lying. No CB Ottoman, please. Ivan, you're a mad lad. The thing is, we have CBs against the Ottomans, and we're still in a peace deal with them until 6 years from now. Right now, we're going to pop off on the Muscovites, though. We're going to go cleanse them of their heathenistic ways. Any plans to attack Denmark? We were gonna do it, but the French are scaly. Turns out, kind of scaly. So we would like to attack them, but I would also caution against doing such actions. Unfortunately for us, there isn't a way to get a bunch of this land for free. We're gonna have to just slowly but surely tack away at them. But at least we can control all this ourselves, and there's no... Oof. That's not exactly what you want to see. But they're tech behind, right? Definitely not. Okay. They were maybe a tech behind. I don't know where this army is going to break to. I guess this and then that, so that we have a general there. And of course that army just got stomped, and then we'll do this. Okay. Who can we do this for? Let's go here, and then these guys go over here. Yeah, wouldn't want to invade their lands unless you go to burn every last blade of glass down to the ground and slaughter 2/3 of the people enslaving them. You streaming on TikTok as well? Yes. Are you playing tomorrow? We will not be playing tomorrow. We'll be back on Sunday, but we're going to be playing some CK3 on Sunday. I'll give the Mamelukes this. France, that is. Yes. They're in the war against Sicily, so maybe they won't attack and join Denmark. Fuckers, they will. Damn, even when the French aren't my main rival, they're always my main rival. Fucking #1 op. It's the Ottomans and the French. They're always the #1 ops, in my opinion. At least in the early game. Obviously, as time goes on, things change. Peace, great. That's what we want. Also, we have a colony thanks to our Norwegian friends, which good for us, I guess. Just need to take their capital, and then from there we can see how much this land can we actually gobble. Gobble, gobble. It's like... I mean, it's just so much fucking overextension. It's so much aggressive expansion. I wish there was an easier way to, like, this guy... How do you tell the game that this country is 1 to 2 wars away from losing at all? How could this happen to me? I mean, let's take all the Novgorodian states, and I think... Does Muscovite also? At least their culture accepted to us, which is nice. Well, they were the same way to me in my mega campaign. Just, they're always the #1 op, dude. Point to a game where the French weren't the enemies to somebody. And I gotta say not too many bad things, or I'm gonna get in trouble on TikTok, because I've literally I've literally gotten in trouble several times now where I say F certain blue people on the map, and then the game's like, did you just say what I think you just said? You fucking asshole. So we have a 5-3-3. That's nice. And we have a 5-3-4 coming in, but he's only aged 1. So is this gonna affect our legitimacy? No, not really. Overall, we're gonna probably be fine. We can't take it, right? Because we still don't have this. I was watching the Lathe videos earlier, and there was like 100 provinces in southern England. It looked ridiculous. It was very small villages and had states. Lamau. Okay. We can finally take our peace deal. I don't think we take more than we can really afford. Let's take the Novgorodian states. And let's take these, I guess. Is there any deal, though? Like, what I mean by deal is there any, like, thing about taking the east or west? I don't think so. We don't own the Baltic. And we're not going to be able to do this one. And we're not going to be able to do that one. So this mission tree we've kind of blocked ourselves off from. So we got to look at the other parts of the mission tree. These runs are all about colonization, I think. And then this one's about reforming the army. And then we need at least 2 stab to reform. Centralization reform of Gustav Vasa. And then we can do this one. All right, we'll think about that. Bum, 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 bum. We are, unfortunately, though, very behind on tech. That's my bad for not doing things correctly. I mean, let's just do that for now. And we'll take war reps, I guess. We can't make them a vassal just yet. Just take war reps. Just take a bite. And then this one, we need 2 more points in that. All right. Back on our bullshit, though. Look at this big-ass Sweden, though. Have you seen such a big Sweden? We've pretty much become Mega Sweden. Sweden Express. How long until this is a colony? Not for a long time. We should have taken the colonial innovations. Let's look at our estate real quick and see if we're good there. We can send some dudes there. We're good. We're good. Not so good. Just don't give the burgers any more authority, feels like. Perm becomes Protestant, or the nobles. We have what area under our control? Fight Nogai for 50 admin. Don't mind if I do. Do they have allies of any sort? They have Transoceania, but not nothing we can't deal with. Conquer Causes by against. Oh, don't tell me this is also a part of the Ottomans, or is it part of that? Oh, it is. Fuck me. Sorry. What does it say? At least 1 province. Okay, so we only have to own 1 piece of this land, not a whole bunch of it. England hasn't formed into... Why not? Is it because the French are just that OP? Yeah, I mean, the French are pretty strong right now. I'd be pretty afraid for them to join a war against them. Go ahead and steal some land. We shall. Send these guys north. Send these guys west. I think our allies can deal with that. No guy is actually ahead on tech? No. Just similar tech to us. The Ottomans are going to be forever in this war. By the time we fight them again, they'll still be trying to fight Muscovy. They didn't even they didn't even take that piece of land. They just white pieced it because they couldn't get any more land. Oh no, they're still in it. When do you think you have guessed EU5 will release? Seeing as they didn't give us a release date, and watching Lath's video where he was talking about how like a lot of it is done but not completely like fine-tuned just yet, my guess right off the top of the dome is that it won't be live until either late this year or early next year. That's my expectation. Do I wish it to be sooner? Yeah, I would wish it would be coming out next month. But who knows? If I were them, I would trying to not get involved with the whole hubbub that is around GTA 6. Try to get your products out before GTA 6 comes about. Obviously, I don't think that matters as much for Paradox because there is some overlap, but not a total overlap, seeing as it's a map stare versus a whatever Grand Theft Auto is considered nowadays. Okay. Gotland is back under our control. I think Gotland, the problem with Gotland to me is that it's just kind of like, it is a nice piece of land, but it also kind of sucks ass because it like constantly needs to be, if there's any rebels ever, we have to send a bunch of boats to go deal with it. And that's such a pain. That's down here, right? Nope. That's down here. I don't think autistic people are legally allowed to play GTA, so Paradox will be fine. As somebody who has played both game series, I don't see why autistic people aren't allowed to play GTA. Just simply kill everybody in Gotland. If only. If only. Okay, we have a shit ton of cash. We need to unload some of it. We can't do Danzig yet, and we can do this. I think what we really probably need is to increase our manpower. So as usual, let's go spend some manpower points. We also probably could have saved up to increase our... Is the Winter Palace done yet? It is done. So we could have gone and gotten more institution growth and all that stuff there. Maybe another church or two. Most of them will go through withdrawal if they don't play a Paradox game for a couple of days. Yeah, that could be me. I could be one of those. DOA. All right, one more click. And we're good to go there. Are we still having too many diplomats? We have an alliance with the Mamluks. We're over by 2. Do we need to have this? To be honest, the Platinate... We could give up on the Platinate. I don't think our dreams of becoming emperor is anytime soon. Especially because we don't have that decision. Right? What does this say? Total army power of 80%. One of the following must be true. All the following must be true. Protestant Catholic League are enabled. They're not. Is the Protestant League. What happens when we do this? Gains this. The modifier expires soon as we are no longer fighting in the league. And then we get the religious league bonuses. One of the following is most true. Less than one member of the HRE. All of the following must be true. We are on the winning side of the religious war. Church power. What do you do with church power once you've ostensibly stopped using it because you've used all your church power? I have a bunch of church power. Like, I can't do anything. Like, I guess I can remove these. Is that the thing I can be doing? Like, I could get rid of local dev and put in another one. Like, right now, it would be nice to have maybe idea costs or global settling for now. I guess I didn't realize they were swappable. Big swappers. So now that's going to be a city sooner. Okay. Are we done with our overextension yet? Not quite. Both that. Can we do this? 15 government reform and we lose some points. I guess that's right. Finnish Sweden. Reform the government. Has 5 government reforms. Well, the following must be true. All the following must be true. Military tech is at least 19. We're not anywhere close to that. Have tradition to this. Absolution is at 75. That's not happening. We could start putting in dev in the Finnish lands. Creates a center of trade there, and then what happens for this one? Same story. Discipline. All right. Well, that wasn't really worth the push. Not as much as this would have been. Progress to prosperity at least 25. Does it not have 25 prosperity? Definitely has more than 25 prosperity. I don't know what the fuck this game's all about. Artillery costs more. That sucks. We could attack Kazan. Give some lands to this. Clean up this border gore. I think that might be... makes sense. We could get more troops. I think just undoing the Kazani would be nice. No more border gore, please. Please, no more border gore. Demasiado border gore. And then we can also attack the Nogai, who they seem to be just sitting there waiting for us to take their lands. Council was great success. Now tolerance, diplomatic reputation, and that's it. Why is Bohemia not become Protestant? It looks like the Reformation has become... This is like the weakest Reformation I've ever seen. The Reformation is us. We are the Reformation. And I guess the Anglicans... But everybody else is still very Catholic. Like, the only Reformed is Thuringia. Brandenburg doesn't exist, or does exist, but it is going to be Counter-Reformation. Sus, dude. Sus. What's the stream title? Has it been announced? It has not been announced. And I feel like you're the first person to actually ever read the stream titles. 9 times out of 10, everybody's like, what is this game? The game is EU4 and EU5 has yet to be announced. They have given us glimpses, but nothing fully out in the open just yet. Sure, you can have more local autonomy, I don't care. Okay. I think we give this to Great Horde. I imagine a province count in HRE saying stuff. Did you? Yeah. I think that was a meme, but maybe not. Maybe it wasn't, because 326 or whatever was pretty balls to the wall for sure. I see the tactic. They know most people have crippled addiction to the worth little bits of information to get them addicted, so they butt game as soon as it comes out. I mean, what it seems like is they are trying to make this foment a big hay around it, and then try to maybe drop it like next week. Whoa, that'd be fun. But I don't know. It's Paradox. They can do whatever they want, really. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised at anything they decide to do. We lost our advisor. Which one did we lose? This one. Let's kick out a couple of these advisors, especially the ones that are a little too expensive for us. We can finally take tech. We're finally back on Miltech, which is good. Is cannons. All we want is Lathe to get in a little suit again. His little suit was something. I was confused by its design in general. Why didn't it have a belt? What was that all about? But I guess beggars can't be choosers. Little outfit for our little Lathe boy. I don't actually think Lathe is that little. I think if you look next to all the Swedish people, he was pretty much as tall as them, or all the Spanish people too. All right, I didn't kick any of these people out. I didn't see anything about the fucking administrative points, Dimplo points, and Miltech points. Maybe they were there and I just didn't see them. Discovered El Dorado? No lo creo. Land maintenance. Let's do that one. Yearly prestige? I care not. Two birds, one stone. Clean this whole area up. All right. This is the thing that I wish would happen in this game. Obviously, it's never going to happen now that... Like, why do I have to capture this land? Why shouldn't it be an automatic victory? They have no choice. They have no allies. They have no other troops able to be built up. So it's like, this is just a joke at this point. 111. Darn. No guy. Still fighting Muscovy. Maybe we fight another war while we wait for this war. Well, just kidding. I'll take your money and I'll take you. See, we're slowly cleaning it up over here. They had a fort. Of course they had a fort. The Black Death looks pretty devastating at EU5. I was watching Ludi play as Byzantines and he was half his pops. Great Yuan lost 150. Which one is Ludi? I don't think I know that creator. Maybe I do. Maybe I've probably seen his videos. Anytime I think I know somebody, turns out I might know them, and then sometimes I don't. Let's just pop off and take some land from these guys as well. The Romanian one. As an American, I don't know what you're saying. The Romanian one. Maybe. I don't know. I don't do enough EU4, to be honest. I guess that's my problem. Probably should have had people in position, but whatever. We're tech ahead, right? We are now just as teched as they are, I think. Oh, yes. I think I knew that. I know his full name. Yes, I do recognize that now that I've seen you show me that way. Now that you've seen it, now that I've seen it, the Ottomans are so silly. Look at the silly Ottomans. They got this war that's been going on for too many years. Too many years. Too many years. When did this war start? Who knows? Too long ago. Too long ago. And I think their only reason they're winning is because of goal controlled. But can you capture land when you only control just one piece of it? That is the question. That is the question. All right. I think we can click this one time finally, and that should be 10, and that should give us an end to this, which means can we do this decision yet? The answer is no, because we need 1,500 gold. Does it say 1,500 gold without any sort of, you know, whatchamacallits, loans? I don't think so. We can do it with loans. Boom. Okay, what are our options? Boom, boom, boom. We should expand the mines. Copper by 1. Or we should... Infrastructure of the mine and needs more attention. Gains... Manufactory. Should we get a manufactory or gains for production? Change the development of the mountain Faluna. What? Change development of the monument Faluna. What does that mean? So the monument that's here. I don't know which one is good. We just get a weapon manufactory right from the rip, which would be nice. Because usually you can't get one of those until Tech 11. Or we can get just 4 production. Why don't we do this one? I don't really understand. Oh, we just automatically upgrade to the next tech. Oh. Or the next innovation. That's actually way better. I think that's the move there. And then great projects wise, we can do some more great projects if we want to. We can go and get Tolerance of True Faith, all this one, or we could do local defense, or we could do this one, which is stability modifier, missionary strength, missionary maintenance. But the stability modifier stuff I don't care about. And then we can do Gutland, which just gives us building stuff. How much for more of the Winter Palace? We need, what kind of, 2,500? Let's just pay off our debt. We don't need a... Damn, why are we making so much money again? Is it a lot of it coming from not having a lot of guys? That's probably it. We need to go and find better people. Let's kick this guy out. Kick this guy out. All right, let's run a quick little ad. We'll be back in 3 minutes or less. I'm going to stretch my legs, use the restroom, see you just in jiff. I'm back. Yeah, the U.S. is in current career control, +1 yearly prestige, -1 Donald Trump influence per month through. Oh, I was like, what are you talking about? Yeah, those modifiers for our leaders are probably should be a little bit harsher on ourselves. Cool. All right, we're fighting no guy because he's not our guy. Pretty much fighting them just for this sitch. I guess we could release Kazan. Would that make more sense instead of... Hold up. We have this chord, but not this. We do. Should we just release Kazan and make them a No, we can't. We can't do any more vassal shit. We're already over our limits by so much. Penza, that's my hometown. Go beans. Go beans, birds, mins. Okay, all of our armies are over here, which is less than ideal because we need them actually over here. Don't they know? Didn't they know I needed troops placed here? How much for all this? 246 gold. How much gold are we making? 26. All right. Shit. I mean, the thing about having an American Pope is that I don't think I will notice a difference who's in the papal seat unless he comes to the States and starts absolutely punching me right in the face. I think that will be the only time I'm like, damn, this Pope kind of lit. Outside of that, no change in my experience with the papacy. Or the papacy, or however you would like to shittily pronounce that. No guy has control of this too? Damn. Also, Ottomans, you drunk, girl. You drunk, girl. Okay. We wanted to get that guy, right? Yes, we did. Or no, he's fucking the wrong guy. We can promote him. And we can think about this guy. Ah, shit. Gotta wait 1 month. Do it again. All right, there's our tech. He doesn't look that bad. Pope people are just sitting on him, shitting on him because they think he's an American. He's a MAGA Pope. I think that's a pretty wild assumption that he has that political views. Also, how long has he been away from the States? Also, isn't he Peruvian? So I feel like his beliefs will be a little bit more wide range than just traditional MAGA rhetoric. I mean, you can't assume anything. And also, what is the papacy going to be able to do? Hey guys, you should overthrow your government. I don't think they have that kind of power anymore. Where he became a bishop. Okay, so yeah, he's not been in stateside for a minute. So I don't think he gives two fucks. Spare no expense. I cannot believe the Ottomans have come this far east. Can I ask my vassal for share maps with me? Show me the maps. I deserve the maps. Central Asian maps. There we go. How much of this lands do the Ottomans actually own? This is fucking madness. I don't think I've seen the Ottomans this far east. I've seen that. Well, that's not true. This northeast. I've seen them in Persia and that stuff, but I've never seen them like absolutely like cutting off Russian expansion. That's a new to me situation. Okay. There's just troops laying around everywhere. I've been doing a bad job of managing these troops. He's clearly against Trump, but you know what people are like. So he was 30 when he set on his mission. Now he's 39, so he spent most of his life there. I was like 39. I was like, cool. Being, I don't want to tell you how the math works, but okay, 69. That makes more. Now you know most of your life, 9 years. I mean, that makes sense. That tracks. Should we take all these lands from Nogai, or should we just vassalize him, or give it to Bakirshi? I mean, all we need for the little thing is let's just take a little chomper. We don't need the money. The money's useless to us. Bye. We get this achievement done, or this mission done, so then we can do that. No, you silly gooses! I'm not gonna let you free. Should we get Kazan? Might make sense to get Kazan. All right, let's just core this land. As I expand ever eastwardly. Okay, that's just the whole thing over there. He's not looking bad for 39. Yeah, he's a rough 39, don't you know? Probably one of the roughest. I probably should have done that better. I am playing some bad EU4. Sorry, chat. This is not my best work. They're like stupid tactical mistakes that I keep making. We got 2 years until the next Ottoman War, which this time we're gonna whoop up on them. Spain has been produced. The French still like us somehow, some way. We still have a positive relationship with them. If we didn't have such a good relationship with all these other guys, they'd be doing that. I think for now we just sit tight, get ready for the next Ottoman War. Hold up. Who's the new regency? This random dude? Dude, we're gonna have a regent forever. A burger regent? Damn. Yeah, usually conclaves, when did they start the process? I felt like it was real quick. It went from like, who's gonna be Pope to, it's this guy, he's the Pope. We should put a fort right here if we can. Yes, we may. So now they can no longer walk through our lands so easily. So there's a nice little chain. I guess they can go up and around, but for now we have this little chain here. Fuck you, Lithuania. I said it. I'll say it again. Peace. Local increased by 25%. Great. What is this? Missionary is unable to convert province. Then why are you converting that province, dude? The AI sometimes be doing dumb stuff. Stop converting it then. Don't they know? Think they're usually 2 to 3 days, so normal. I just wish they had televised it better. I don't have cable, so I wouldn't have been able to televise anyways. How was I supposed to like see all the highlight reels of the new Pope stuff? All right, so we can grab a couple more lands from the Ottomans this way, and then they'll be pretty much shut off from their lands over here, which, to be honest, seems like a weird tactical mistake by them to grab so much overextension over here. This hammer of God that's going to come down on them when I am able to declare on them again. They have 108 troops. I think we should focus in on getting our tech up even higher before this next battle. Pretty cool you go live through a few big changes. The Queen is England and now a new Pope. Can't wait for the... I don't know. I'm not going to say what I was going to say because it was not a good thing. We have 2 loans? Hey, what? We need 500 gold. Chat. Somebody send me 500 gold right now. I need it for a number of reasons. Poland says they're out because they're allied with them. No shit, Kevin. If we were able to deck on these guys, Mamluks say, "Oh hell, yeah." Platinate says, "Ah hell nah." Austria says, "We got a truce," and some other things. Okay. Let's look at Denmark again. Nah, the French, man, they're too freaking willing to not. I don't really want to fight the French. France, get in a big fight over something with somebody. I think we just save our allies' strengths beating up the Ottomans one more time, even though in the future it would be smarter for us to be fighting other people. All right, for this reform, we need to have at least reached government reform 5. Oh, excuse me. And for this one, we need to have had base production at least 5. Has manufacturing. So this won't happen for a while because we can't build manufacturing in like 80% of these things. Correct? Am I correct in saying that? We don't have Tech 11. We don't have Tech 11. We don't have Tech 11. Okay. No tenemos tecnología 11. That's Spanish for we don't have Tech 11. I don't know what the English, as usual, they're doing their dumb shit of like, oh, we got rebels over here, but I'm too busy colonizing. You know what I could be doing? Colonizing. Could be fun. Should be fun. Love me some colonization. Ooh, educating our boy. What do we want our boy to be? Let's make him more diplomatic focus. That would be fantastic. Make him smart. Do it, chat. Make him smart. Do it. Damn, they're just gonna let themselves fall to the rebels, aren't they? That's tough. All right, we can't fight the Muscovites for another 10 years, essentially, or not 10 years. That's not how math works. A while. Danes are pretty much locked to us for now. I could do a long extended war, but I'd rather use my sap our strength on the Ottomans because they're the ones who, for now, are kind of more annoying and scared me more with our 108 troops. Damn, Ottomans. Why you gotta be like that, girl? Damn, girl, why you gotta be that way? We can do tech. Finally. We're way behind on it. What should be our next thing? Should we go right into another Miltech? Or should we go and do like exploration? Or should we do trade ideas? Because we are starting to pull into more areas over here, like push from Kyiv or this guy's, I don't know. At this point, is there anybody but us pulling from here? No, the Muscovites are the only ones who are collecting taxes. Everybody else is moving it towards the things I want. Okay. Maybe we'll think about it. Missionary strength, don't care. Stability modifiers, don't care. Missionary strength, don't care. Right now we are really easily able to convert all the lands we need to. Right? And we're the defender of the faith. Nope. Sorry, girl. We ain't gonna be able to do that for you. Alright, it is time. It is time, they say. Almost time. When is the deal up? We'll probably fight the Ottomans and we'll call it for today. I think that's a good place to end the stream. That's a lot of Ottoman troops that are just sitting there. Can you tell them to not sit there? Alright, let's look at this coalition. Poland will come. Austria will come. I'm going to come. I've been watching too much Sneaky Spudsworth to say such things. Yeah, pretty much. Whose independence are they supporting? I don't care. We really shouldn't be allies with the Platinet anymore, but let's just ask them to prepare. Send their 7 troops to assist us. Let's do this. People are mad. Let's make sure these guys go deal with that. And then why don't we hire some mercenaries? Right? Like 10 dudes. Just give me like 10 dudes. You got 10 dudes back there? Best they got is 12 dudes. What's that going to do for our monies? It's going to be too many dudes. Just one too many dudes, but that's all right. Ottoman Baba. I don't know what that means, but yes. Alrighty. Everybody wants to come fight the Ottomans with me. We have a regency. We can't fight the Ottomans, Kevin, you silly goose. I forgot regencies worked like that. I thought regencies allowed us to do whatever the fuck we wanted. Well, back on that old grindstone, I guess. Did that army die? You can go back this way. Or did we never summon them? Piss them off some more. They're gonna need up as many Sweden World Conquerors or something. Silly Billy. How long until this boy comes of age? So long. So long, chat. Like 8 years. Damn. Well, I guess we don't get to fight anybody anytime soon. Sure. Silly. Silly old me. Silly me. Thought I could get away with something silly. We do have a new colony? Nice. Good riddance. Get those people out of here. Let's just send some more Sami people. No, let's just send colonists. Then we can start our own little colony called Nueva Sueda. Suega Nueva. Oh, oh, oh. 5% chance air dies. 95% chance coup will happen. How's that coup going? Coup attempt. We have legitimacy at 90. All right, well, we can just go strengthen our government a couple times. Which just destroys all of our tech and shit, which sucks because we were about to take tech. So now that it's at this, it's only 1 point. So it will happen in 2 years, which I think we can. Stability is less than that. It has less than 50 loyalty. Oh, fuck. Let's summon a diet. We need to make some of these fuckers loyal, don't we? Oh, no. What is this saying? Oh, less than 50. Okay, so it's not that one. Who is the reigning Supremers 3000s? Right now, the reigning Supremers 3000s is the Borgors. So whatever the Borgors want, the Borg. Why did I click that? Why did my finger just do that? Why did I click that? That wasn't the Borgors. It's the fucking nobles. God damn it. What did the nobles even want? They want us to subjugate somebody? Who we subjugate is a subject. These fucking guys? You want us to fucking subjugate these guys? Sure. All right. Is there anything else we can do to make them loyal? Borgors. Give ourselves some government capacity. That's gonna make them super loyal. Let's do settlement chance. And then I think after that we can't really do anymore. Or the Borgors are gonna be super. Oh, they're already at 100. Yikes. Yikes-a-ronies. Well, now we have 2 looming disasters. The Borgors and the coup. Well, things are looking up for us. And on that note, maybe we should just end the stream and never come back to the save. Yikes, Kevin, yikes. I'm surprised Timurids are still around. That feels like normally they don't last this long. Timmy, you feeling all right, Timmy? Oh, the Borgors are definitely gonna pop off on us. Fuck. Fuck. All because I misclicked. When's the next time their influence decreases? '29, so soon, actually. Fuck. The Council of Bruce disapproves. I mean, that's fair. I've been cocking this up left and right. What is this one? Colony in the New World? Can't wait. Now we have another colonist, chat. You know what we're gonna do with them? Stuff. Make them make Newfoundland. Let's expel some more of these boys. When do we get Swedish Canada into a state form? Let's do this guy. And then... yeah, that's fine. Well, it's not looking good. That's for dang sure. Well, could be better. That's for dang sure. Just made 2 tactical mistakes. And I can't defeat these rebels, so... tough. And they're just adding more and more to our autonomy. Maybe a good time to end the stream, chat. Not joking. We've been streaming for 5 hours. I think, yeah. On that shitty note, for now, we'll leave it. We did do a good job of expanding. We took out Novgorod. We've munched away at our boys, the Muscovites. Like, in general, this has been a pretty good Swedish run, I think, overall. Look at us. We're doing things. We took all the lands. It's not my best work, I would say, but definitely better work. The Ottomans taking over that, like, swath was crazy. From Uzbek, of all people, and then we started chomping away at them. Landmass-wise, we probably own a lot more than everybody else, but, you know, that's not what's going to count here in the end. For now, let's leave it there. Thank you for everybody who's watched the stream. I hope you enjoyed it. If you did, let us know by following us on Twitch, on our Twitter. We don't have a Twitter. What am I saying? Twitch, TikTok, and YouTube. Be much appreciated. Let's go find somebody to raid who's playing some Europa? Anybody I'm following playing Europa? No. Have a good one. All right, Jacob. Let's same category. Is there anybody playing? This guy is playing Europa. Is Kruder Bad Wolf? What's his business?
You can make a claim on Ethiopia.
It's a multiplayer. That seems real hectic. I'm not trying to go to that. Sorry, chat. The vibes were very different. Let's raid somebody else. Español, English. Where are all the English speakers who play Europa? Chillin', playing some Anna Benner. This person's playing the like what is that called? The whatever version of this game is. Are they speaking a lot? Let's see. I've been here for 10 seconds. They haven't said a word. I'm out. One more person. Any suggestions would be also helpful. Unless we find somebody right now. Somebody once trolled me. You gotta Rick roll. Okay, great. That's not English. Educational stream. English and German.
Οπότε ουσιαστικά αυτό, ό,τι βγαίνει και ακούγεται πάρα πολύ και είναι πολύ wow, πάνε όλοι και πέφτουν πάνω σαν τις μύγες σαν τη μέλισσα στο μέλι. Θα έλεγα σαν τη δημιουργία στο σκατό, αλλά είπα να μην το πω. Αλλά σαν game είναι πάρα πολύ ωραίο. Έχει πολύ ωραίο sound design, έχει πολύ ωραία μουσική.
What language is this?
Έχει πολύ ωραία γραφικά, το στυλ του, τα εφέ του, πώς βγαίνουν οι επιλογές που κάνεις στις επιθέσεις και στα action που θα κάνεις.
Okay, we're having a tough time finding somebody to raid, but I'm confused by that language. Portuguese? It kind of sounded like Portuguese, but it was also, they were writing in maybe Turkic? I don't know. I don't know. Fuck all, dude. Let's not go to one of the big guys. So sorry that this process is taking so long. It was not Latin. I guess we'll just go to the guy who's not speaking. All right, let's drop a raid on him. All right, chat, that's all I got for you today. Thank you so very much for your patience. Greek, maybe Greek. I'll see you all on Sunday. We're going to be playing some Crusader Kings 3 again with our African nomad run. I'll see you all then. I'll see you around.